Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Tracy Shuchart, Senior Economist, and our Senior Macro Strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
all.
morning, Jim. Good morning, all.
Well, we woke up to a massive reversal in the NASDAQ. That's going to be one of the stories of the day. Silver's ripping, metals are all surging across the board. Crude oil up another 1.5%. Shai, what's in the news?
All right. So we had a message from Yemen's Houthi rebels to all ship owners. They warned against any vessel calling at Saudi Arabian ports, not just vessels coming out of Saudi Arabia, but any vessel calling at those ports that threatens to put millions of barrels offline should that happen due to the fact that they have been using the Yanbu pipeline to the Red Sea to export their oil instead of having to use the Strait of Hormuz. So possible escalation on that. On top of that, we also have the Panama Canal is moving to curtail some vessel bookings because of water supply challenges. So another waterway under threat as of July 25th. They will reduce the amount of vessels that can cross the canal. Then we did have something this morning that said Iran official began meeting with mediators in Pakistan. That was a report from the Associated Press. Now, crude moved very little on that and is back up due to the fact of all of these other issues, plus an announcement right before we got on air that Kazakhstan is halting flows to the Black Sea after tanker attacks. Again, that was right before we got online. Moving on to the AI CapEx trade. Now, this is interesting because we keep talking about persistent inflation, and that is due to the AI CapEx trade, not necessarily the energy markets. Well, TSMC has held discussions with clients about raising its prices as much as 10% in 2027 to cover the cost of manufacturing. If you remember, we just had Apple raise prices. They're going to have to probably raise prices again, as well as NVIDIA. And so, although we did hear War say, it's the cost for AI is just a one-off, not if these companies have to keep raising prices. So just something to keep an eye on. Then we have Trump vowing 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. He said now this would not include energy, potash, or critical minerals, obviously, because that's what we import from them the most of. But he did say that he would apply those tariffs under Section 338 of the 1930 Tariffs Act, which gives the president power to raise duties as much as 50%. Now, these don't come into effect until August, so still plenty of time to negotiate, obviously, with Canada about that, but he's not really happy with Canada right now. He also said there's going to be new tariffs on dozens of other countries. So we know that he is trying to put back on those tariffs that the Supreme Court had him take off. So something to keep in mind. And another sign of the consumer pitch, we had New York Fed's credit access survey. Credit applications have increased to 46.1% in June, reaching the highest level since October 2021. So looks like more people are applying for credit as consumers feel the pinch of inflation. And then we have copper in the news. Copper set for the highest close of the month as the China market has been tightening. Copper stockpiles are extremely tight, and this is during their off season. They haven't seen domestic consumption decline significantly, so copper prices are on the rise globally as China is attempting to move physical copper, into the country. And then, last but not least, for data today at 8:15, we have ADP weekly employment change, not a market mover. And then 8:30 a.m., we'll have Philadelphia Fed non-manufacturing activity. Very, very quiet day.
Well, we have an awful quiet day, but we got an awful lot of stuff to talk about, which you just mentioned. We'll get back to Dr. Copper in a second, but Craig wrote in a newsletter this morning. And by the way, if you haven't got the newsletter, everybody, it's free. Feel free to sign up. We have institutional level stuff from Craig and Shai. It's pretty good every morning. And it gets out the door pretty early in the morning, so feel free to pop in there. But Craig, you talked about post-op. OPEX pinning is gone. We have equities rallying right now. What is it going to take to reclaim positive gamma?
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more of a move higher. I think up to its 7,600 cash level. That'll be kind of the regime because we lost some of that supportive positioning on Friday when a lot of that monthly expiry comes off the board. Obviously, every day resets with the zero data expiry positioning, but as Vol Signals continues to point out, you really want to look at some of that medium term and monthly positioning to kind of get a good sense of the market regime we're in. And so we're in a neutral to modestly negative broad gamma position here. And so that's why I think you're seeing a little bit of this, exacerbated move to the upside after a kind of a weekday yesterday. And so you get a nice, vicious bounce in the NASDAQ overnight because Korea didn't fall apart. And, some of the news overnight, some of the earnings overnight are okay. And so, but look, I think we're in a little bit of a data vacuum for the next, 36 hours really until we get tomorrow after the close. We get Google reporting. We also get Tesla reporting, which would be important too. But Google really is kind of the bellwether here, as we talked about yesterday. They raised a ton of equity last month, or maybe this month before, in order to help fund the accelerated CapEx program. And so unlikely to see any change in the guard on as far as their CapEx spending. Will they accelerate the CapEx? I think markets are keen to hear what they have to say on the CapEx front and on the AI build-out story. Obviously, that's the front and center narrative. And as long as the numbers there continue to move higher, I think that's going to set up a positive tone for earnings for the sector. And after it's been kind of annihilated over the first couple of weeks of July, we could just get some position squaring as folks start to think about whether or not the sell-off has come too far too fast.
Yeah.
Although we had a buy record come out from UBS overnight and said the sell-off is over in momentum stocks and it's time to buy again.
Well, we had some other earnings coming out today, didn't we? We had GM and a couple other ones, Shai.
Oh, for earnings? Yeah, we had Halliburton out this morning. We knew they were going to get hit. Their shares dropped 5.7% after a quarterly miss. Not surprising, 30% of their business is in Iraq and their production is down there. So, but traders were kind of already anticipating that move from them. So no real surprise, even though they are down this morning.
Yeah. Any other earnings there this morning, Craig, that's of interest? General Motors?
Yeah, a couple other ones. Yeah, a couple other the industrial names starting to report. GM a little bit better. DR Horton, announced kind of softer than expected housing starts, but the stock looks like it's flat in the market in the morning. 3M was better than expected, and so look to start the earnings season. I think 50 or so of the S&P names have already reported. Most of them have beat expectations. And so, thus far, seeing a strong start to earnings season, is that really a surprise? Look, companies have been doing incredibly well, have been navigating the geopolitical concerns and the inflation, nicely. But a lot of this is priced in. So I think watching the reactions to earnings beats, I think will be key. Obviously, we saw last month with some of the memory names, the Micron numbers were incredibly strong. Stock sold off. Same for the Samsung numbers. So, have to see how the market reacts to these better than expected earnings, reports in order to get really a flavor for whether or not this equity market could continue plowing higher, into lazy and summer volumes, right? And we've talked about this kind of the summer trading is here. We get a little bit of a flurry to start the morning, and then things kind of go quiet in the middle of the day. As people are, kind of checked out and doing other things. And so, but, over the course, starting from Wednesday through the following Friday, we'll have a lot of data, a lot of earnings, plus a Fed meeting, all the big cap reporters next week. So still plenty to do for this July period.
Yeah, Smart Chuck, we'll cover the Bitcoin in the Edge report, and I'll show some levels there. So that's kind of a story all among itself. But I want to pivot to the tariffs, the 50% tariffs. Shai, I mean, here we go again with this crazy tariffs based on God knows what. Canadian dollar actually rallied pretty decent amount yesterday. I don't know when he announced the tariffs, but the last 2 days it rallied. Today we're kind of pulling back a little bit down versus the U.S. dollar, but what's the real story here?
Yeah, I mean, he announced that last night. And it's not really surprising, again, because they're not supposed to go into effect until late August, and they are already trying to renegotiate the USMC. I forgot the new acronym for it, but the new trade deal, new North American trade deal with Mexico and Canada, and so this could just be a ploy to get what the U.S. wants in the renegotiation of this trade deal. So I don't think and most importantly is it did not include energy, potash, or critical minerals, in which Canadian dollar is a commodity currency. So not surprising those being spared, that didn't really affect the Canadian dollar.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, you're a master at the psychology behind how the White House approaches things like tariffs. What's really going on here?
Look, what's going on is we're up against a deadline, right? We're up against the deadline of these Section 122 tariffs, which I think is in the next few days here. So, there was I think only 100, I forget the number of days, but we're basically at that point in time when we need to, S or get off the pot, for lack of a better word here, for the administration with respect to new tariffs. And so a lot of these Section 301 investigations have been going on. So I'd expect us to continue to see a flurry of headlines here as the president tries to replace the tariff revenue that was lost by the loss of the Supreme Court ruling. Clearly, he views tariffs as a way to help, put money into the coffers of the government. He also views it as a way to extract what he wants, concessions from trading partners. Hasn't really led to a resurgence in manufacturing employment at all. We've seen actually manufacturing employment has slowed for the last 6 months and hasn't really been that robust since the administration started. But maybe at some point those numbers will reaccelerate as the data center build out continues. But this is the way for the president, I think, to remain in the news, right, and to remain top of mind. And to continue to be able to keep his finger on the pulse of the market and dial up and dial down risk, exposure, and volatility as the VVIX accelerator that he is. And so between the tariff news and the geopolitical news, this is his way of kind of controlling markets and making sure that things stay afloat and rosy into the midterms. And I expect we're going to continue to see a lot of these headlines and a lot of this dynamic back and forth between now and November.
I suspected you were going to go there, by the way. But
and we also he did cut duties on aluminum duties, actually, if you build in the United States. So they announced an incentive program to cut aluminum duties to about 25% from 50% for companies that build, expand, or refurbish aluminum plants in the U.S. So somebody's getting a cut.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it seems like, I woke up this morning, it was almost like a risk on day where, equities are green, the Bitcoin is green, we have the Euro Stock 50 and the DAX are all up. Bonds and notes are kind of just sitting there. The metals are all up, but crude oil is also up, almost to over $83. We've been talking about being bullish here for a long period of time. I'm not the kind of guy that says I told you so, but it just seems like we're not even done yet on the crude. Shai, what's going on here? Why does no other markets care? Crude is already at, I don't know what Brent is, but crude's at 83.50.
Yep, we got WTI at 83.50. We have Brent at 90.26. There is a whole new level of geopolitical risk now with the threat of ships not being able to traverse the Red Sea, and that includes a lot of those Saudi oil exports, being that they rerouted a lot of their exports through the Yanbu pipeline so they could avoid the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if they are unable, and they are one of the largest exporters in the GCC, if they are unable to not be able to export those barrels, then we have a whole new level of problem here with two straits essentially being closed.
Well, I mean, yeah, right now it just seems like the correlations are a little bit wacky today. We'll see how it goes as we keep going on. But today's looking like another bullish day in crude. And, it's at what point do regular folks, I'm a regular folk, by the way, start saying, all right, I'm seeing this at the gas pump. I'm seeing this filling up my gas tank. And down here in the island, we're back over $4, which is kind of like a red flag on the field, a red card on the pitch.
Yep.
Craig, where are we at with that?
Look, I think it's a question of when does it really show up in the economic data for the market to notice. We just had the weekly ADP jobs, come out 16,500. That's that's an 8-week low or more. Maybe that's even a little bit 10-week low in that figure, right? We've seen a steady decline in the pace of hiring, but nothing catastrophic. We've been continuing to get data that comes out that shows an economy that's stable. Obviously, that's balanced by the AI CapEx story, which is incredibly strong. Other areas of the economy not as good, but overall, the economy seems to be holding in fine. And until the economy starts to show that strain, that higher gasoline, higher inflation, higher energy prices are really impacting the consumer writ large, it's going to be, it's going to be something that the equity markets and the risk markets really aren't factoring in. Why? Because companies are navigating this environment incredibly well. Look at the earnings reports, right? We continue to see a robust earnings picture. Companies are extracting more of the rent out of the economy and out of this pricing, and they've been able to, for now, pass along increased costs to consumers. But we're pushing up against some of the boundaries here where the consumer is tapped. Bankruptcies are on the rise for individuals and for companies. Student loan defaults are on the rise. Consumer credit strain is on the rise. That coming across in all the Fed data and all the survey data. So incrementally, that we know the consumer is getting increasingly tapped. It's not showing up necessarily in the equity market yet because S&P 500 earnings are not really tied in as much to the individual consumer, right? More and more of the earnings profile is being seen in the CapEx story and the semi names and the tech chain. Eventually, it goes into the consumer, but right now there's that gap where the CapEx that's being spent by companies is accruing to the upstream companies that are creating the ability to see that capacity get play out. The consumer is not really a part of that, but ultimately the consumer needs to buy things. And a strained consumer is eventually going to show up, and a higher interest rate environment, a higher energy price environment is straining the wallet share of consumers. That will eventually, factor into the markets. Certainly will factor into the politics as well. I mean, the president's approval ratings are showing it, right? And it's, basically as low as it's been, in the 6 years that he's been here. The prospects of the midterms are deteriorating, regularly for the Republicans. And so the president's going to have to figure out here how to arrest those declines. We'll see what he ultimately decides.
And just adding, we have credit application rates on the rise. So, consumers are asking for higher credits and new credits. We also there was another survey out that said, the points that you get, if you have like a card, you get cash reward points. People are increasingly using those for basic needs every day, grocery store, gasoline, whereas they used to use those for vacations and other things. And so just, if you look at some of these surveys, the consumer is getting pinched here.
I've read something this morning about, they track Target, the store Target, a basket of goods from 2000 till 2026, and that's up some crazy like 400% right now. I mean, this is only I guess it's 6 years. It's a long period of time. We had COVID to deal with it and all that stuff. But that typical basket is just crazy more expensive than it used to be.
Yeah, look, it's also the dynamic is price level versus price change, right? And so it's the absolute price level, I think, that is making the consumer really struggle here. Not really seeing acceleration in wage gains. Prospects for employment are, with AI are not increasing necessarily. People have a little bit more angst, and so while the rate of price increases, which is inflation, seems to be coming down, and that's what the Fed looks at, coming down a little bit. You're right. It's the absolute price level that I think is creating some of that angst, and you're seeing that show up in the consumer surveys, right? The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, 40-year lows. A variety of other sentiment surveys show an economy and a consumer that is very strained, very much tapped out. But again, when is it going to impact the risk markets? When the earnings fall, or when the earnings growth expectations start to slide. And so right now there's this gap between corporate earnings, which remain robust, and a consumer which continues to struggle. That gap can exist for a while. Typically, it does eventually rectify itself as the consumer slowdown will show up into corporate profit slowdowns later.
And I also wanted to note, it will be interesting going forward now that all of the temp hires for the World Cup are now out of a job, unless that was a second job or a third job of theirs, but still they're out of a job now that those games are over. So that'll be interesting heading into the fall, what that looks like for employment numbers.
Yeah, and that kind of ties into, we could bring this into interest rates and bonds being at 110, 19, pretty low level right here. But, the national debt is up another 63 billion from up to 39.5 trillion right now. How does this both you guys, start with you, Craig, how does this factor into how we're going to start thinking about financing stuff and interest rates?
I think it's in the back of the Fed's mind, but it's not really something that I think the Fed at this point in time is looking to address. As Chair Warsh has said, inflation is a choice, and it's a choice that the central bank has been allowing to make. And so to the extent that we don't want inflation, we need to raise interest rates. And so that dynamic is in there. Whether or not that's going to lead to further strain on the U.S. government finances, so far, he doesn't appear to necessarily care as much about that. So I don't necessarily think we're going to see a Fed right now that's cutting rates in order to help the government spending. Right. That's the dynamic we're in here. But don't forget, the deficit spending is stimulus, right? That money is being spent by the government and interest that goes to consumer, it goes to savers, it goes to people who have assets. And so there's a virtuous cycle effect here where higher deficit spending helps keep nominal growth elevated. The question is, how long are we going to do this? How long is this going to go on where inflation could continue to run above target? We're going to have a Fed meeting next week. We're not going to see an interest rate hike, but are we going to get sentiment that suggests that an interest rate hike is coming at the next meeting? We'll see. I think there's some credibility questions here. Warsh has done a good job in the first 6 weeks to try to placate the market and say, I'm serious about this, but we'll see. Ultimately, he's going to be tested. Will he raise rates in order to slow down inflation? If that's what shows up in the data, time will tell.
And it's not the Fed's job if you remember, Powell time and time again said, whoa, you got to slow down your spending. There's nothing, there's nothing we can do about that. And any question that he was asked every time he testified was, well, maybe you guys should stop spending money like crazy monkeys, right? So it ultimately comes down to the fact that it is just not the Fed's job. They can tell the government to, that they don't think they should be spending as much, and perhaps that would help. But again, nobody runs on cutting the deficit, right?
I'm going to use that line. I'm going to use that line with my family. You guys got to stop spending money like crazy monkeys. It's so crazy. So before we get to Craig's final words of wisdom, Shai, 30-year Treasury bond right now, 110, 19, 30 seconds. Is it possible we see a 5.5% cash yield?
Well, that is consensus, believe it or not, among some of the bigger banks. And PIMCO also has called for that. Gundelock has called for that. So it does seem to be the consensus that we are in just a higher yield regime and that we need to kind of get used to that. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Craig, final words of wisdom for our listening viewers.
Yeah, don't forget that yield pressure is not only just a U.S. issue, right? We have global deficit spending. UK gilt yields have been moving higher. JG bill yields continue to move higher. And if there's one thing to keep an eye on for the rest of the week, it's dollar yen, right? I mean, basically, closing in on a new handle here at 163, where 162.78 last, and there's been pressure here, strengthen the dollar. Some headlines overnight in Japan about deficit spending and what's going to happen. There's a Japanese CPI print later this week, which will be very interesting to see if we get a hotter reading there. Expectations for rate hikes from the BOJ. They meet again next week. Will continue to rise, and so that's an area where for macro guys are watching. Protracted move higher in the dollar here could create some issues and some tension for the BOJ and for the MOF, and so keep an eye on dollar yen here as you're looking at your cross asset board.
Yeah, those are great words of wisdom. We could spend a whole show on the yen right now because it is looking ugly versus the U.S. dollar. But appreciate you guys as usual. Craig, thank you so much. I'll talk to you more a little bit later. And Shai, you'll be back with me in a second with Ryan. In the meantime, we're going to jump into a quick edge report. All right, we're going to cover NASDAQ and the Bitcoin today. The NASDAQ, this was, we talked about this yesterday. We had a pretty, let me just blow this up a little bit. I mean, this was a textbook. We had 1, 2, 3 day sell off, and then a textbook inverted hammer, which is a bullish candle, believe it or not. And sure enough, this morning did not disappoint. We rallied all the way back up to where we started and then some, and then we're almost taking out the session open that we saw a couple days ago. That ADMA is still a little elusive. We're getting close to it right now, but we're not there. The moving averages are still sloping down, but the slope, if you kind of squint, you'll see the slope is kind of slowing down a little bit. We do have a positive crossover on the RSI right now. RSI is at 45.50-ish, give or take. So, but we do have that crossover, which is also a little bit bullish here. The question is, will it remain bullish or not? So a nice daily chart, and we never really got to that anchored VWAP, right? We did wick through that anchored VWAP once, and this was anchored from the March 31st lows, and we just literally wick through it. Buyers brought us back up. I'm going to keep that as a very important guide, especially if this thing turns bearish here on my chart. Intraday, I mean, this has been right after the Asian initial balance. This is why I love the Asian initial balance. Salma talks about it. It was a really kind of nice range-bound trade, and then we had a single break to the upside of that IB, and we just kept rolling here. Yeah, a little bit of a slowness down here, probably around 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, but then we rallied. We went sideways, rallied sideways, and now rallied sideways again. We're hitting previous session's highs right now. That's that green dotted line at the top of your screen, 29,192.5. Right above that is that one-day max from Mentor Q. Didn't quite get to it yet, but I'm going to have my eyes on that thing, and that's at 29,222. Above that, we really have this. I have this rectangle drawn up here with this, around that R2 level. That's a daily pivot, 29,375. Should this continue to get a bid for whatever reason, I'm looking at an ATR, and my 14-day ATR is 688 points. So I drew that. I'm like, all right, what's the potential here? Well, the potential is more than this or less than this. Could be anything because the ATR is just kind of an average measure. But 29,388 on the upside has some potential to it. Now, on the downside, really important high vol level, 2,900, high vol level. We're trading above it right now. I would keep my eye on this first upper standard deviation band of the session VWAP as your guide. We get confirmation candles closing below that. That could mean a retracement is imminent. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin has been resilient for whatever reason. I don't know. But we had a little bit of an inflow a couple days ago. We'll see if that continues here. But kind of a nice push up on the Bitcoin. We had these lows all the way down here at the beginning of July, and we just keep on, we're moving on up. We're not to the 38.1% key retracement right now at 67,581, but not too far below it. Today's candle, there's no shadow at the top of it, so it's a pretty strong candle right now. And I would kind of put my crosshairs right around that 65,200 level to say this was support for a long period of time, and then we just kind of broke out above that. So buyers are in control now. Look at RSI. RSI is like, hey, look at me. I'm almost at 60. I have that crossover. I'm moving up. I'm starting to get a separation between the signal line and the RSI to the upside. So that's also bullish. Let's go to intraday and see what happened here. Again, looking similar to NASI, a little different, but it's kind of similar. Really nice point of control at the top of this profile right here. You don't always get that with the Bitcoin. You get a little bit of a noise at this point in the day, but 66,400 is a pretty nice point of control to think about where that pivot level is. We're, again, walking along that first upper standard deviation band of the volume weighted average price right now. And we're literally, as we speak, we're taking out the session highs. I mean, this thing is going. 1-day max again on my radar screen, 69,900, blind spot 2 right above that. And then R2 at 67,132. So again, a lot of targets on the upside still, but on the downside also. Keep in mind we have that JAX 2 level right by the session VWAP itself. So that's some potential for a retracement. Volume profile is a capital P shaped volume profile. So price happiness is really, really, especially halfway into the London IB, is elevated for sure. So I'm looking at this volume node as an important level right there on the Bitcoin. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep you posted. That is this morning's Edge Report, and we are ready for our special guest. Shai, we've got a great lineup today. Let's talk about that. We have Ryan Paisey is going to be with us. You'll do an introduction in a second. We have TTrades for Tape Talk. And then we have Dread Pirate Merritt Black along with Kristen trading boxes. They're going to be trading barbs at 9 o'clock, trading the open. Joining them at Midday Market is going to be Leo and Salma. And then trading the close, we have XYZ, Jack, and Nick. Full day today. A lot of stuff going on at NinjaTrader Live. Shai, tell us about our special guest.
So we have Ryan Paisey. He's founder of PIQ Markets. I'm sure everybody probably follows it. He's got a news feed on that and a PIQ suite. He used to be a big oil trader, I hear. No, I've known him for years. He's great. He was at the London meetup, so some of you probably met him there if you were there. And yeah.
All right, let's bring him in.
Hello,
Ryan,
everybody.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. And congratulations. England did a pretty darn good job in the World Cup.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Maybe it would have been a bit better if a certain president wouldn't have got so involved in the World Cup, and maybe everyone could have enjoyed it a lot more. But this not burn any bridges. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. Let's just kick it off right away. Escalation in the war. What does that mean to us?
I think, well, obviously today's news, well, I should say this morning's news for you guys. With this, for me, what I'm looking at is what's going on in the Red Sea more so than the Strait of Hormuz. I think, we all know the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. We all know that the escalation in general was steeping up. But one thing I found very interesting was this Chinese VLCC that turned around in the south of the Red Sea today, where the Houthis now get involved. And as we know, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of chatter that the Houthis are going to start trying to rate limit the amount that Saudi Arabia and whatnot can pump through those Red Sea ports, because obviously that has been, as Chai will say, that has been the kind of the valve that's been open to take some of this supply pressure off. So definitely one to watch on that side. I don't know what you guys think about that. I might be wrong, but my eyes are on the Red Sea at the moment more so than the Strait of Hormuz, as bizarre as that may sound.
100% agree with you. I think that's a risk that people just aren't pricing in. So 100% agree with you on that one. Not surprised we see crude crude prices firmer on that this morning. But let's talk about the UK for a minute. You guys just had a big election. Now, pound has kind of been going sideways for a while, but the last couple days haven't looked so great for it. So what are your thoughts on the new leader? Where's the pound going? Where are gilts going? What does it look like over there?
So, yeah, obviously this is very unlike the morning podcast, myself and Michael Brown, who you had on last week. Excellent person, excellent market analyst. Have to get that in there for a little plug for him. But obviously we have no limits on swearing on our podcast, which I know you do. So I've got to choose my words very carefully when we're talking about UK politics. Something that rhymes with hit storm that's kind of coming to mind. The upside, though, what I will say is that Burnham could have gone a number of ways with the Chancellor, and obviously that's what we're looking for with the pound and the gilt. The big fears were that he was going to bring in Ed Miliband, who is, very left, very, very net zero, centric. And he's really made a bit of an arse out of himself with the net zero policies that the UK have had, really hurt us in terms of oil exploration and stuff in the North Sea, which is annoying because we buy then a lot of energy and whatnot from people like Norway that are fishing out the same ocean. What I will say though is that he hasn't gone for Ed Miliband, which you would see as a positive. However, the fella John Healy that's come in instead has no experience, well, very minimal experience, and already made few policy missteps, as we were saying this morning, myself and Michael, when we were chatting, talking about stuff being funded which is clearly not funded. I think there's going to be lots more borrowing. I think we're going to break fiscal rules. I'll be very, very honest. Chai, as you know, I'm forever a bull in terms of sterling and just stocks in general. But in terms of sterling, I always feel like it's better to be positive. My bullish bent is wavering considerably at this moment. I think gilts could continue to, I think yields, sorry to be specific, yields could continue to go up. I think pound, even though that might happen, I think the pound might struggle. There's too many unknowns for me at the moment in the UK. And you look across to the euro, and the euro is nice and stable, and you zoom out enough, and the euro is pretty much one of the most boring currencies out there. If you are looking to park your money and just trade some small daily ranges and whatnot, I would definitely be looking at the euro more. And I think it's quite interesting that you guys mentioned about the yen just previously before I came on. Again, I'm with Jim on this one. It's like all eyes on the yen, because I know it's not exactly what we're meant to be talking about here, but definitely all eyes on the yen. When's the next yen intervention? Because they're throwing a lot of money at this and it's getting them nowhere. Structurally, nothing's changing. And have we hit a point where the MOF are now slightly less worried about the intervention because the volatility's dropped? There's a lot going on in FX space, yet at the same time, there's much of FX space with low vols. It's a very confusing time, and I'm very grateful that I don't really trade FX. I'll give you a clue.
Well, but zooming back into the British pound, it's been kind of sideways. So is the euro lately, and not that much of a reaction with the new PM. Do you expect some kind of event that's going to trigger some action here, or some kind of, is the honeymoon period going to end at a certain point, and we'll see some reaction from the pound?
Yeah, do you know what? That's a really good question. I don't believe we're going to get that much of a honeymoon period, because this has been cooking for a while now. My gut tells me that as soon as we find out a few more appointments and as soon as we hear a few more solid policies, that's when people will step back in, and we can get a guide for that. I think the way I'm looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more downside in sterling. It's always very easy to say cable, but then you got to realize, and then you got the dollar to contain with. My gut says sterling goes lower, unfortunately for people like myself. I just think that the political uncertainties are going to get worse, even though we've just got a new PM, because he is breaking a lot of manifesto pledges. He wasn't even an MP when the last election happened. So I think we're going to get a lot of increasing calls for a general election to be brought forward. Now, I think the chances of that happening are slim, but I think we're going to have a lot of political turmoil in the meantime. And the longer that goes, until we've had a bit of a reset with a new election, I really do feel like the sterling could be pressured from here.
And then let's move it back to energy really quickly. Obviously, we have European nat gas prices on the rise again. We have globally oil prices on the rise again. What does that mean for the European markets? And then a side question on that is, now that Miliband's kind of gone, are you going to allow drilling in the North Sea again?
Well, so let me start with the second question. So obviously, when we heard that Ed Miliband was being ditched from the UK energy minister and basically net zero minister, I couldn't have been the only one that let out a bit of a cheer on that one, because we've got such great reserves, and it's I hate the fact that we're kind of tying both hands behind our backs in the UK here for this net zero that means nothing compared to when you look across the rest of the world. So immediately my reaction was great. That means we might get some drilling done, or some new licenses, or allow them to explore the initial license side, the licenses that are already out there. However, it's a massive however. The one person that Burnham could have picked that is probably more fanatic on net zero is the woman that's got the job. Unfortunately, I think this is going to be, it was a bit of a false dawn. For a couple of hours, we thought, okay, well, we might get drilling again. Drill, baby, drill. But that looks like it's further away than ever, unfortunately. And I do question the reasons why, because, the UK government will have to borrow, and this links back to gilts and whatnot. The UK will have to borrow more. We can very easily and readily drive up oil revenue, the taxation from oil revenue and whatnot. What they have done is they have cut VAT on fuel on heating and stuff in the UK, and energy prices, which was like the 20% VAT there. But and problem is that the way they're doing that is not funded, so we're going to have to borrow more to cover that. So it seems like we're doing all these other bits, but we're not just drilling in our central, where we could do, just get this revenue coming in, which is so frustrating as someone, such myself, a bit of a background in energy. It really annoys me, to be honest. But in return to returning to European nat gas, so TTF, which is very much underlooked. Anyone outside of Europe probably doesn't look at it. I would be shocked if many of the listeners here or the watchers on here would look at it. But it's an interesting market because we import a lot of LNG into the system. We import we've still got Russian energy coming in. That probably has dampened the impact so far a little bit from what's going on in the Middle East. But one thing that we will start hearing much more about is how full the European tanks are. Now, Chai, better than anyone, it's this time of year when we should be really filling the storage for the European nat gas. And the last time I checked, we were still quite far behind on a lot of that. That will be a concern, and that will be driving a lot of macro. That will be driving a lot of headlines coming in for the rest of the year. As there is a mandate that I believe it's non-legally binding anymore, but it used to be legally binding. I believe it's 80% storage by a certain date. I think it was in November, if I recall correctly, but it's been a while, so forgive me if I'm wrong on that one. Also, just fresh back from my holiday, so apologies if I'm a bit slow on the uptake on that one. But again, we know what headlines like. We know what we know what social media is like. We're picking up on stuff like this. So if anyone is looking to dip their toe into the market, beware of this. Beware of people getting a bit too frothy when they're talking about these targets being met, because touch wood, we have always scraped through as Europe as a whole. And also, I think it's really interesting in terms of, I've seen some posts today claiming, there's only 33 or 40 something days left in the US SPR. Now, what people need to remember is, your grandfather's SPR or even our SPR isn't the same as today's SPR, right? I'm not saying we're grandparents, by the way, so just to be clear that, it's designed a lot better than, the SPR used to be like, so much storage because USA was a net importer. Now, now they're, domestically pumping enough, so you don't need to keep that level of storage. To an extent, that's similar with the European, because we're importing now so much LNG, which wasn't around, wasn't a viable source of energy, or LNG, it wasn't a viable source of gas up until, a couple of years ago, really. So the storage levels to me don't mean such an issue at the moment. However, it is one thing to be keeping an eye on. And if you do have access to trade that, it was definitely something I would have up, because I do think it's a very, very interesting market to have on your ladder.
So Ryan, I do want to. All right, so we got a couple more things that are really important on my mind. But Jamie Dimon was talking about, depending on how things go with the new prime minister, maybe we won't do a huge expansion of our corporate headquarters in London. Is that kind of a shot across the bow? Like, hey, you guys, don't get crazy.
Absolutely. And to be honest, because it wasn't that long ago that he kind of reconfirmed that they would be doing this big HQ. And to be quite honest, and it depresses me to say this, because again, I am one of the biggest bulls of UK PLC. I just think it's good to be optimistic about your own country. Basically, shoot me. Yeah. But because it's a bad, it's not a great life being a pessimist all the time. But in terms of what Diamond's comments, I think I completely a shot across the bow. And I think, he said what a lot of other business leaders are thinking. And you know what? Unfortunately, you can't blame them. I think we really do need to get our house in order, and our house is very, very messy at the moment. And the problem we have as well, and this is not just for the UK, but I think for many Western nations at the moment, is these big companies and whatnot. Whoever you are, you're trying to plan in decades in front, right? If you're making this big commitment to build this huge, big European HQ, and obviously London is the best place in the world for financial centers, in my opinion, because great time zone and this, that, and the other. However, we need to put in place regulations and whatnot that help and aid these kind of businesses to be based here. And but we need to make sure that it's not these kind of decisions that we're making right now can't be reversed in 2, 3, 4 years time, whenever the next election is. And companies need stability, and that goes for infrastructure projects as well. And I'm sure it's the same with you guys over there or wherever you're listening from. Governments work on 4-year timescales, 4 or 5 year timescales, because that's all they care about. Business, investment, and all this stuff looks far beyond that. And I think in my ideal world, we'd have some kind of process in place when we can start thinking along those lines. Again, I'm a dreamer, Jim. I'm a dreamer.
Shai, we got a little over a minute left. Any last second thoughts for Ryan?
So what are you in the markets, especially keeping your eye on, that maybe a lot of people aren't talking about?
I don't know about people not talking about, but the reason I wear my B hat is for continuing to buy the dip, which is, again, I'm a true believer in that. I think you can't argue with me, because if you zoom out, and I'm obviously right. Like I said, I do like markets like European nat gas. I do think these markets not many people look at. They are macro led and headline led, which is obviously my bread and butter. Certainly was. But no, I'm kind of at this point in time, I'm just very much kind of like, for me, this summer markets as well. I'm kind of looking for what Trump has to do next, because Trump loves to be center of the limelight, he loves the media attention, gets frothy over that. Now the World Cup's over, he's not really getting the same amount of headlines as he was in the Middle East. I would be interested to see what he does next. And then I'll be looking to how to react to that. But at the moment, I'm quite happy to have just come back from my little vacation, chilling out for a bit, talking to awesome people like yourselves, and just trying to not blow my account, basically. There you go.
Oh man, that's so awesome. We are up against time though. Ryan, I am an optimist. Paisey, follow Ryan on X. It's a great feed for sure.
Thanks,
Ryan, thank you so
Ryan.
much. Thanks for being with us, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Wow. I mean, he is super positive. Great intel. I love that guy.
Yep, absolutely. And European nat gas, by the way, if you want to look it up, is TTF. The American version of that contract is TTE.
And they're wildly divergent in price action, right?
So, compared to Henry Hub and Q, slightly. Yeah, they're trading much higher, but TTF is the contract that's traded in euros, but the American version of that traded in dollars is TTE.
Very awesome. Well, Shai, great start to this morning. Great. I will talk to you more later on today. Thank you for everything. But right now, it is time for Tape Talk. We have the one and only TTrades with us today. This segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Good morning, T.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Pretty good, man. I woke up this morning. It was like risk on. What happened? I thought, the sky was falling yesterday. I got green all over the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll get into the charts, but I think it's a good spot for the markets to get a little bounce, for at least indices.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even the metals are like all over, very positive. I mean, silver, man, up 4%. We have, a Dr. Copper 6.52. Things are looking pretty positive for the metals complex also.
Yeah. Well, we can go ahead and get started. I think I'll start in indices, then we can go into metals, like you said.
Yep.
So the main thing is, let's tie it into last week. Last week we were seeing, can we form a higher low right here? What was the level for that? I wanted price to close over this level. When we fail to get a closure over that level, I'm not confirming this low is protected within my model. And so then we create a swing high, and then we can go take out the range low. Now, if you notice, we've taken out the low of this whole range that price has been sitting in. This is when it gets favorable for me to look higher, right? Because when we are trading ranges, if we take out the low in the range, I want to look higher. Take out a high in the range, I want to look lower. So with that, looking for some sort of price action here that can tell you to the upside. And yesterday we have an inside bar going down to the lower time frames here. We sweep out that low from the previous day, and then we get that outside bar, right? And so with this, just kind of what I'm talking about today, and then we'll get into a little bit of a higher time frame bias. I'm watching to see NQ here around the open. I'd like to see it ideally trade into this previous day's high as well. And then from that, as long as we don't get a very aggressive reversal, I'll just be favoring the upside and then looking for, ES to kind of follow that along. If we do have a reversal intraday here on NASDAQ, so that would be some sort of reach into this high and then aggressive V-shape lower, then I'll be looking for ES to trade into this low. So for me, intraday today, because we've already had this move from previous day low to previous day high, is more dependent on the open and what NASDAQ does here, and then looking to frame the S&P around that. As for the higher timeframes on this, like I said, when we take out range lows, it's more favorable for me to look long. So I'm just going to be looking for this daily closure. If we can have a nice bullish daily closure, that'd be ideal today. I would just mark out 50% of the day's range and then look to see if Wednesday can continue from that. And so I am bullish here on the indices, looking for NASDAQ to, form a low and then for ES to, trade into the all-time highs. That would be nice as long as semiconductors can get that bounce. That's semiconductors, AI is driving a lot of the market. So
your
that's
risk
also what I'm
reward,
watching.
you're a risk reward guy. So your risk reward here is on the long side.
Yeah, because I mean, we're at the range low, so it gives you a point where we could reverse from. And then, if you can get long intraday somewhere and then you can hold that to the highs, that gives you really good risk to reward. So that tends to be how I get into my swings is I try to take some sort of intraday trade and then just hold it. And that gives you a really good risk to reward. So this is similar to we can go into oil real quick. We spoke about it, right? We're at this range low. That's where the risk to reward is, right? I have no part in trying to look short at the range low. It just doesn't give me any risk to reward.
Yeah.
But with oil, we talked about it down here, looking for that 20% move. We got that 20% move. It hit my target, my point of interest. This is really where, it could go either way here, right? This is where I could see a reversal form or continuation. I'm less interested in this continuation because I want to be entering around the opening price of those higher time frame candles. So I want to be entering in here. This is more of a target. And then if you're in runners, you could probably hold this towards month end just because it is a bullish month. But the fact that we didn't form any sort of reversal, more of a consolidation, just tells me a continuation in energy and oils higher for this week.
Yeah, very awesome. Me and Shai are both, and so is Craig. I mean, we're both super bullish here. I mean, bigger picture.
Yep. And yeah, just for me, the way I view this is, a mean reversion trade. You're taking out range low, trading it back in towards the middle, or, if you can visualize a volume profile, most of the volume is right in here. So headed back in towards that range. For me though, it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier to trade from this range low back into the middle of the range than it is to try to trade the middle of the range to the high of the range. And so I always favor this. And then if I'm trying to trade that, I prefer to hold rather than enter around those levels.
Yeah, and just a warning. I mean, this is a heavy news bomb
Yeah.
marketplace. So make sure you got your stops in, everybody.
So I saw one question in chat. How big does your account need to be to hold trades for weeks? And that really just comes down to margin requirements. So for instance, if you're trading MCL, you can take a look at their overnight margin requirements, and you really just need to your account to never hit that point to be able to continue holding a trade for that, at least with NinjaTrader. And so let's get into metals though. So we talked about gold last week. Let's talk about that. We were initially, once again, looking to see if this could form a long-term low. This could be that continuation or that higher low. On this day, when we just fail to get these continuations higher, we start to form this aggressive move lower. And that's why we come into last week and I say, what am I looking for? I'm looking for this previous low. Now, the one reason I look for correlated assets is if you take a look at this, we look at that same low on silver, we see that silver has already taken out that low. And so for me, I don't need gold to take out this low to frame to the upside since silver already has. So I'm just going to be looking for that same confirmation I always do. Can we get a closure over this level on gold, which is actually the weaker asset here? And can we get the closure over that on silver? If we do, that makes this a potential low to trade away from for the month. And then I would be looking to see if I can get a continuation higher. And simply, this is just a range, right? So my first target on that would just be this range high on both silver and gold.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would be looking for on silver and gold this week is just, can we close over that? And if so, can we get a move to this high? If we can't close over that level, it's the same idea as NASDAQ or, gold previously, right? Can't close over the level. It doesn't validate my idea until we do get that closure over. So a lot of times if it can't close over and forms a swing in the other way, it's just a invalidation of my idea.
So, you are taking a little bit of a clue from silver when you're thinking about gold.
Yeah, I tend to do that. Just correlated assets, silver and gold.
Yeah.
They diverged earlier last year. They've kind of tied back in and been pretty correlated lately. So I've been using that. And so, we have a nice swing low that forms at that point of interest. And so you could trade, that back into the range, or you could wait for a confirmation. And then ideally, some sort of new potential low gets put in, It's the same setup as all the trades that I look for is we form some sort of swing, we confirm it, and then do we form a continuation to trade that higher? So it's always the same for me.
Very
And I
awesome.
see someone talking about Bitcoin, so we can
Yeah.
jump into that.
Bitcoin's on fire right now.
Yeah, and so I mean, this is the same thing. We spoke about it last week. I was saying for last week, what do I want to see Bitcoin do? I want to see it trade to this high, right? And it's been a bit choppy, but why is that? Well, we sweep out the previous month's low, right? We have that close through, confirming that low, and then what do we have? We have a new continuation forms, right? So ideally, I want to see this trade into this high. And then it's the same thing over and over, right? We reach this point of interest. What does price do, right? Like I'm not going to just guess to see if it forms a reversal because price could just go rip right through it. So I want to see how we react at this level. If we do, then I could be potentially looking for a reversal. However, if I'm actually looking for this to form a reversal, this is a big green bright month. So I'd rather wait for a new month or into August to have some sort of new price action. And what that would look like would be wherever, July closes, August sweeping it out and then going the other way. So exactly the same as, July versus June here, where it sweeps it out and goes the other way. If we are to get some sort of reversal there, I'd prefer it in August and then doing that. That's just usually how I prefer those type of reversals to form when we have a, bullish month.
Yeah, so Tia, we take out those June 15th swing high and it just rips through it and keeps going.
Yeah. I
You know
mean
what? Yeah.
that's obviously bullish. Like I wouldn't say that's bearish and I'm looking to fade that run, right? And a lot of times Bitcoin's like the one asset I see that does this is it will just make a bunch of failure swings like this and then it will just rip. You rarely see that on the Nasdaq or other assets, which is quite interesting. But if it's to do that, then the whole idea is, well, where's our next target? And very simply, you can just look at these higher time frame candles and your previous month's high, right? So that would be the next target, or you could look at for the swing right there.
Yeah.
And then it's the same thing that as always, like I'm not trying to just trade just the momentum. I need something to invalidate it. So I need some sort of swing, to form that I can look to trade off of. So I would just, if we get a momentum through there, right, expand through there, I need some sort of retracement, some sort of consolidation, something to form a higher low that I can then, frame longs off of, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
And then you also mentioned copper.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, we can go back here. I don't know exactly what my drawings are, but the same idea remains. I don't know why I'm drawing lines right there, but the same idea remains is we've taken out a range low, right? And what does that mean? Is it's favorable to look higher, and this might have been on Tuesday, right? And we never closed over this level, right? So I never got that confirmation. So that's what I was looking for. Since we never did, we go sweep out another low, then we go and close over. And I just repeat this process, right? So I'll remove this line so it clears it up. But when do we get the closure over? Right here. So that validates this low. Then do we form a higher low? Yes, we form these higher lows to trade it higher. So for me, it's the same idea. I'm looking, bullish on this, and it is the strongest out of the metals currently by the looks of it. And so I am still favoring, copper to this high, right? And you'll see a lot of my best trades and a lot of the analysis I do is simply finding a range, finding a sweep of that range, and then looking for a higher low or a continuation to form in that direction, right? I don't really overthink analysis. So let's go into dollar really quick. I know we're running pretty close on time. So dollar here, right? The idea we spoke about it, I think, is I'm still looking for it to trade higher into these highs. It's just been a consolidation, right? And so I marked that out. What do we have? A sweep of a low. However, this is a very deep opposing run. And what do I mean by opposing run? This move against my bias. So to close over that is quite difficult, right? It's a large move. So I would just be looking to see, can we form some sort of new low, then go close over that while closing over a new low. But I am bullish on dollar, which gives me a bearish bias on foreign currencies. So you have euro, pound. I haven't really taken a look at that. Euro and pound, quite a divergence there. So I would be focusing on the euro, just overall weaker, right? Looking for it to trade into its previous month's low. Obviously, the pound has some more weakness intraday right here, but it had that big move up. You can see it's trading above its previous month's high. Euro is not even close to its previous month's high. So I'd be focusing on euro lower here. We can look at other assets. Yen, I mean, I think this is when we spoke about yen, but basically reaching up into here and being bearish.
Yeah,
The
but
only reason I have this up is I think this stream. So,
yeah, but let's
but
talk
yeah.
about this a little bit more. I mean, the yen has just been, going down and down and down and down and down versus the US dollar. How do you trade something like this where every single day it's a lower low?
So the yen is very choppy, right? Intraday, anything like that. You can see these days they kind of just chop around. And the trend is if you're going to be trying to trade something like this, you need a stop based on the daily chart or some sort of higher time frame. Because if you're trying to trade this intraday, you can just have, a daily candle just wick you out. The whole idea is coming over to the monthly candles, right? If you want to trade in the direction of the monthly candle, you want to let this wick form, right? So if price opens down here, it goes higher. You want to wait until you can anticipate that this wick has formed. Then you can trade it away. So that's what we were talking about here. And I think I was talking about it with Delhi is price opens up, trades up into this gap. When price sweeps out, like I can anticipate with this very bearish closure that this could be the wick of the month. So if I was to trade something like this, it's most likely you're holding for a month, 2 months, 3 months. This is a longer hold on an asset like this if you're trading it like that. So it's like you really have to get in somewhere around here, have your stop on this monthly wick high, and then you're just holding. So that's really it there. It's less interesting. You could pair it against the dollar. If you have a very bullish dollar, you can trade the yen paired. I focus on the forex or the currency futures, but realistically, I mean, you're either focusing. I mean, euro is just honestly the cleanest to me in terms of the structure on the higher time frame here. You have
Yeah.
this sweep of range high,
Yeah.
and we have range low. So
Very
that's
awesome.
that's it.
Well, I appreciate you as usual. We have, there's employee of the month and now we have wick of the month. We got
Yeah, it's quite the wick. I mean, unless you're getting it on side somewhere up here, it's less interesting because generally speaking, when you have a larger wick, your targets are that previous month's low or the monthly open, which it's already at. But I do think it could, break down a little, especially if dollar reaches for those highs that we were looking for.
Yeah.
So,
Awesome.
but yeah, that's really it. That's all I got.
All right. All right.
So
Well, I appreciate you as usual. Someone in the chat did say you should get a haircut. I say just let it go, baby. You're looking great.
thanks. Yeah. I mean, I'll maybe I can trim my logo a little bit for the next week.
Any event, thank you. Appreciate you for being on NinjaTrader Live T. We will talk to you soon. We are now ready to trade the open. All right. Gentlemen, we have Merritt Black and Chris trading boxes as usual on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Jim.
Morning, guys.
Morning, Chris.
Hello.
You guys are Merritt. You're looking exceptionally happy. Did something good happen over there in Tennessee or Nashville?
No, man. Nothing exceptional.
He's just streaming with me. He's happy.
blessed,
He's excited.
blessed every day, man.
Chris, who wouldn't want to stream with you, man? Come on, you're the best. West Coast, middle of the country. Great combo as usual. Appreciate you guys. This morning we've been talking about this all morning. Waking up to risk on across the board. Just pretty much everything is green right now, except maybe treasuries are off a little bit of a worry there. Grains are off a little bit, which is probably good. So let's just kind of go around and see what you guys are thinking. Merritt, what are you thinking for this morning?
I am swing long ES since just before the close on Friday. So I've been babysitting that thing. So that would have been right around here. And so it's kind of oscillating. If we look at the volume profile from last week, you see there's this big upper node. And then there's this little lower node, which we just kind of did on Friday, really. What the market's done this week, Sunday open, test the lower edge, run up, wick into that upper LVN, run down, test the lower edge, and now we're currently, back up towards the upper edge, not quite there yet. So, I'm in from a good trade location. I'm in from the lows, but it continues to revisit those lows. And the more time, if it starts to come back down here again, I'll probably scratch it out rather than wait for a TTrades wick of the month, through that area. In terms of today, intraday, that's the context as I see it. I will get a little more granular. I'll take a look at, where this main distribution was from yesterday, which right now we're smack dab in the middle of it, so there's not too much interest there. I'm going to be short term with my intraday trading, and looking mostly at order flow and what's going on there. But in terms of positioning and bias, that's my view on it as it stands, and that's my position.
Yeah. Merritt, let me ask you. I mean, swings going into the weekend, man. I mean, how do you deal with it psychologically, and what do you know what I mean? It's not for me anyway. It's always like, all right, weekend's coming up. We have all sorts of geopolitical nonsense going on. Walk us through that.
Yeah, I think at this point, approaching 21 years doing this, I'm there's always, the talking heads are always getting us interested in the events and what's important and what's emergency there is, and blah blah blah. So I tend to just kind of blissfully live a bit ignorantly to what's going on. I don't know anything that is going on right now, or why there's any risk. You said risk on right now. I don't know why that is, and I don't care. So I just mostly ignore it. And then you shut off the computer, and you got a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old begging for you, watch me, look at this, and do this, and clean up this pee out of the floor, and you almost forget you have a position on. So it's easy, Jim.
All right, channeling your inner Bob Marley. Just be happy. I love it. Christian, what do you think about it?
We saw a pretty big move down Thursday, Friday into June's area support. Now on the NQ, we did not reach exactly the June lows, but on the QQQ we did, and we had a perfect bounce right from it. I can't remember if it was an equal low or just very close to it. So we're continuing this base that we've been in. We did break out of this smaller, I call it a boxception, a box within a box. And now we're sort of working our way back up. If we can reclaim this 200, 300 area, then we can, one, for me, confirm that this last week's low is the low into earnings season. And we can eventually traverse back all the way back to prior week high, 30,180s, and continue this multi-week range. If we fail to hold here, and let's say let me bring up the hourly, we move back down, and then at this point I would say if we lose yesterday's breakout area, which is around the 970s, if we lose that, then we can go back down to the lows, and then at that point again it becomes for me a question to see, okay, are we going to stay here at this 750s area, which was pretty much support the last 2 days, and then can we move lower to make new lows, or can we hold, form acceptance up here near that 200, 300 area, and then eventually break back up? So I think it's just more of a wait to see what the reaction is on a first pullback. And if it holds, then we have more confirmation that we are going to see follow through higher. And if not, we're just going to go back down to the lows, and I'll look to participate that way again.
Yeah. So, Chris, is there any nuance associated with last week's lows when you see it's made by this crazy temporary wick that we saw, and then a failed attempt to get back down there again a couple days ago? Is there any nuance there, or is the low the low?
I see it as a if then else event. If on a new, for example, we put in the low, we bounce, we created a consolidation. This is the where price consolidates a move. Right. So if we are going to see a continuation lower to make a new low, then from this consolidation, we need to get a breakdown. Now, if you see here, this is a breakdown attempt. Yesterday's, selling into the end of day, this was a breakdown attempt. You can see it a little bit better on the hourly. Like, this is the rejection from the bounce, right? This is your sort of wedge or ascending channel where, okay, you have your breakdown. So from here, you are to have going back to our develop your edge, you're supposed to have a lower low, lower high, and then continuation to go lower. Failure to do that, you get an internal hourly fell breakdown of this sort of ascending channel, and then you trigger a reversal. So that is the if then else. If it fails to have follow through, then we're going to reverse back to the top of the base, which we are seeing that. So as long as that remains true, in the short term, we have seen a low. Now structure can change, and then I'll have to apply that if then else framework again. But it becomes very technical to me, and failure to have follow through then confirm that, hey, we are not going down there. We're actually going to bounce up and either push through or continue to base.
Great explanation, Chris. I really appreciate that. Before I dip in the chat, though, we do have a special announcement. We've been talking about this for a couple days now. 4 p.m. East Coast time today. Discord. NinjaTrader Live has a Discord channel right now. Live Q&A and giveaways. So even if you're not there for the Q&As, be there for the giveaways with Dali, Anthony Crudele, and AJ Campanella. AJ is the Lucent CEO, and I'm sure they're going to talk about prop and about trading and about markets and all sorts of great stuff. So if you get a chance, join the Discord channel. There'll be a link in the chat. I'm going to be there. It's going to be a great discussion with those two. So hopefully we'll see you there at 4 o'clock after the bell rings. All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you for being here and NinjaTrader Live. Greatly appreciate you, Merritt and Chris. You guys are the best. I am going to dip in the chat and wish you good luck on any trades you might make.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Talk to you later. Will we meet again?
We meet again. Good morning, chat. Hope you guys are doing great.
Morning, gals and gentlemen. Cats, always good to see you. The Discord is live, guys. All right, guys. I already see some of you guys in there. How's everybody doing? Has this market been treating you guys? Hopefully well. It's been a really good market for day traders. The intraday moves have been pretty great. Enjoy them before we get back to a low VIX uptrend. Let's see here.
Morning.
All right, let's see what we get today, okay, guys?
Sorry, guys. I have just a small issue I'm working through with the trader, and then I'll be 100% in.
It's just us, guys. Don't worry about him. All right, now that he's not here, Look, I don't care what they say about you, Merritt, okay? I like you. You're a good guy.
Love you too, Chris.
No, so they change. I recently made a change. So they do change every now and a while when volatility goes high. You know what? I never looked at it as rotation, so that's a good. Maybe I can go back and review. I would love a pullback to 970s. I would buy that expeditiously. We'll see what happens. We're in an overnight range. We had a fell breakdown into prior day low yesterday, triggered an hourly reversal back up, right? One of these. I had a great short yesterday here at prior day high. This was the first back test of like the range of the breakdown, which is something like this. And now we're back here again, but this time we're holding up here. So, to me, this 200, 300 zone is starting to get vulnerable when we don't have the same rejection that we did up here back down. Look at that. We're holding now. So maybe a little bit of a change in character as we get closer into earnings season. So if, let's say, we do put in a lower high here or a high and then we pull back, I think in order to get the continuation of this fell breakdown low here, we need to seek a higher low, right? It just makes sense, right? That will confirm that, hey, instead of sort of going back down to continue the range, right? We seek now a higher low, and that'll be a change in character. That higher low supported by buyers that supported the fell breakdown last night. And then we can bounce and then get ready for a breakout. So if that is the sort of scenario that the bullish scenario, then an A plus opportunity for me would be to buy this pullback for that higher low so I can risk 1R to make 10, 15, 20R up here. So that's how I frame, a little bit more insight into how I frame my ideas. We are still below my daily 9MA trend filter, which, if I go to the daily here, you can see it's around the 400 area. So this is the bounce into that. We don't know yet if we can see another rejection here or if we can I do think price wants to pull back, right? I do think it makes sense based on the selling that we can see a pullback 29,000, 28,970s area. Hopefully. I mean, if not, this zone here at 060 can act as support and then we bounce back up. But if we can see 970s and if it holds, I think that would be pretty another sort of confirmation to the change in structure. And then we can push up a little bit more into earnings season. So, maybe I participate in both shorts into that area and longs. I am not sure at the moment. I don't know anything about single prints, double prints, triple prints. Don't ask me that question.
I do. What's the question? Do y'all keep an eye on single prints other than whether to identify a strong trending period? So that's a good question, and hope you're doing well, Frenton 10. And I'm done with my issue. I'm back, everybody. We're here. Let's lock it in. How should I say it?
In English, hopefully.
The things. Oh, good. Yes. I was about to go full on like a click type of language, and I'm not going to do that.
Okay, good.
what's on the each side of the single prints matters more than the single prints themselves. So the single prints might be there, but the distributions, what's surrounding those single prints, that's what really matters. Where's the mustache? It fell off. It should be around here somewhere, but it just fell off. I do not believe that single prints, as you said, identify a strong trending period. Well, I mean, look, it might, but it might not. You could have balance and you could have a slight excursion lower and more balance, and there could be a single print there, and I wouldn't necessarily say that it was a strong trending period. I think people give too much weight to single prints, to poor highs and poor lows, to God bless you if you try to get into what's it called? Day types. That's a losing war. There's a lot of stuff in the greater market profile literature, and I'm so grateful that so many of those guys forged those paths and created that stuff. It's forever grateful. But I think a lot of it is not so good. A couple of those things. It's you really, my suggestion for anything profile related would be focus on where there's balance. Focus on areas of identified balance. And then potentially you can measure value areas from there. But you don't just measure a value area for any old period. You measure a value area of an area of identified balance. I cannot stress that enough. Focus on where there's balance, and everything else is almost nothingness. Everything else, single prints, different things, trends, long toothy profiles. Focus on where there's balance, and everything else is just a lack of that. That's a very, very good way to really get to the heart. If you're interested in doing any kind of profile work, whether that's TPOs or volume, doesn't matter. That would be where I would recommend to start. Excess at highs and lows. I mean, it's a good concept. It's a high or a low. So it goes back to, well, what's the lack of that, right? It's the poor high or poor low concept. You either have that great excess or you have a poor high or poor low, or weak high or weak low. There's good auction market theory logic behind paying attention to those things. But it is a secondary issue to where are we relative to a good balance and where's value. That is the primary issue. So that was my main point, was focus on that. And yeah, poor highs, poor lows, excess, lack of excess, great. Don't get these things out of order. I see a trader going DLL because they have some idea in their mind about a poor high or poor low or whatever great excess that should do something, and they're putting the cart before the horse, and they're not focused on where's balance, where's the main distribution. Merritt, can you please talk about trade management, filtering out bad trades and holding on to the good ones? So can I tell you how to trade profitably is the question.
Give them a system, create one.
That's a great question. Look, so as I'm kind of alluding to here, I'm not going to be able to answer all this perfectly right, but I'll give you something. Trade management the number one thing I always say about trade management is it will never be perfect with the benefit of hindsight. You try to hold more for more, and you look like an idiot because you have a big open P&L, and then it comes back and stops you out. You scale out quickly or flatten quickly because you're not going to let that happen again. And what does it do? It runs. Okay. It's a tale as old as time. You have to pick a lane or have a full hybrid system. That's how I often prefer, is I scale some out and I let some run, depending on the context, depending on the, which arrow from my quiver I've pulled out for tactics and what's the environment and, blah, blah, blah. So that's the big thing with trade management. It is a style choice. Two traders can have the exact same entry. One could be a swing trader, one could be a scalper. The only thing that separates those two traders is their trade management. Trade management is one of your biggest identities and personalities of a methodology. So it's a choice. You want to be someone who is short-term, captures burst of momentum, more of what we might call a scalper, order flow heavy, those kind of things. Fine, great, beautiful. Design trade management that fits that and captures what you're trying to capture. You want to be something in the middle, what I call an intraday position trader. You're trying to find a great trade location for the session, and you're trying to hold it for, let's say, the bulk of the session if you can, to really maybe the close or a really good target, somewhere decently far away. Intraday position trader. All the way to swing trader and beyond. Trade management is a choice, and all of those choices in trading are trade-offs. There's no free lunches. To the extent that you scale out, and you see people all the time on the internet talk about, oh, now I'm risk-free, now I've blah blah blah, all these things about scaling out and how now it's perfect. Well, to the extent that you've reduced risk by scaling out of a trade is to the exact extent that you've shot yourself in the foot for future actual R on a trade. You might say you make 6R on your runner, but your runner is 10% of what's your initial position size. So it's whatever. And I promise I'll wrap this up and shut up. So that's trade management. Filtering out bad trades. There's two categories of that you need to track. One is, are you making errors, right? Are you getting into trades that you shouldn't get in? That's one category of what we'll call bad trades. The other category is trades you're taking that are defined in your playbook, that you're executing as good as humanly possible most of the time, right? Like we're reasonable people. And those are underperforming. Something is wrong with those plays. Other trades are doing well. This particular setup or whatever is underperforming. It might need to get cut from your arsenal. It might need to get tweaked in terms of process, maybe the trade management, whatever. That's too complex for us to get into here. But those are the two categories of bad trades you need to look out for. And holding on to good ones, I'll give you like a little bit of tough love. Not being able to hold on to good trades. Number one, you're probably looking at the good ones in hindsight saying, oh, I should have held, right? So you're not being fair to yourself. You haven't chosen that first point that we talked about, a trade management scheme that you can apply consistently that you want to capture, knowing that it's never going to be perfect with the benefit of hindsight. You've carved out a niche that you want to capture. So anyways, not being able to hold on to good trades once you have a process and a plan, it's just amateur hour, and you've got to move past it. None of us will ever have any success in trading if we can't hold winners. It's day one when you show up to trading. You hear, oh, the amateur, bad, terrible trader can't cut losers, and they can't hold winners. All right, so let's focus there and do a really good job of that very quickly, right? Knowing that it's against human nature, and that's part of what trading well is. I'll shut up. Great question. We could talk all day about that single question, but that'll be good for now. All right, a couple minutes till the open. little bit of stop run vulnerability above these session highs. You're welcome. But this is the critical kind of spot as we start to press, like I talked about pre-market, this LVN over here from last week. It's what's holding us. Nothing, as long as we remain in this lower distribution from last week, nothing changes. Nothing changes.
Back.
What's up with the little codex guy in the bottom right of my screen? Is there a setting to get rid of that? Like, they think everyone wants some animated little codex character on on the screen? Is this what we want?
Free promo.
Not true, MM. Hello. I traded right, the old paperclip. Good call. I traded NQ during the arena challenge. Traded it very, very well. Did they run the highs? Nope. To the tick. I did scale out of 20% of my swing yesterday. I was probably around here. Yeah, we traded up really nicely, right, in the overnight session into the open. We sold off, which was not a good sign because we're rejecting that LVN. I probably should have just scaled into the LVN, but I was holding on. So then it dips, and so the retest of the upper edge right there, I used as an opportunity to defensively scale out of the swing. Just FYI.
All right, if we fail to hold here, we're going to see a 15-minute fail breakout, hourly fail breakout out of this overnight consolidation range, which can take us, give us that pullback scenario that I talked about back to 29,060s. If that doesn't hold, then hopefully 970s. I would buy that as a swing long. Let's see how price reacts here. We did put a divergence also at Friday high, and Q took it out. ES did not. The weaker, the better.
Not a lot of selling on that down leg since they tagged the high in the S&P. We'll note one VWAP rejection. If we rotate up from here, we could call it 2. Got to be plenty of stops to run above these highs. All the way up to like 35.
MU is so strong.
Interesting little down move here. Sellers finally showing up.
Come on, bring us back down. Bring us down to the price is right. Just hanging around.
Me? Just hanging around.
Come on down to the price is right. Stay low.
So if you look at this daily profile chart, We can delete these old levels from last stream. You can see what we talked about. Well, when I said that Jim was, I think, for the intraday shorter term stuff, I will look at some more granular levels, such as the main balance from the daily profile yesterday. So that would be from here down to this lower edge there. So if you look at kind of where we've rotated so far, it's right within that. Reject the high, rotate almost down to the low, buyers find up to the high. Now, right back to the middle. VPOC from yesterday, VPOC today. Heck, VPOC from Friday, right? It's all right in this area, and it's just a big old honking HVN, if you go back to the weekly and take a look at it and where this week is, 2 days in. That's the recipe for some sideways behavior until, again, another thing I said pre-market was nothing changes, right? Until we leave yesterday's main balance. Nothing changes until we leave last week's lower distribution. Doesn't mean there can't be short-term opportunity inside of that, but those time frames contextually, nothing changes until then. For me, of course. YMMV.
I'm on down till the price is right.
Oh man, I just got an idea. Chris, listen to that music.
Your idea?
Yeah, Chris, listen to that music. Play it one more time. Play it one more time, guys. There could be an absolute sick remix to that. Absolutely banger. Yes. That would be a great sample for those in the biz, as Coop knows.
You need to pull back for a 4-hour higher low.
It would be so good. I might have to do it. Oh, did he? Okay, they said Jay-Z already did it. There we go. There's a great website. I think it's whosampled.com, something like that. It's incredible. Like some new song will come out and it'll tell you all the little bits of prior songs that were used in it. It's mind-blowing sometimes. Right. Sorry, Chris, back to trading. What's up, dude? You short?
No, do your thing. Go. You're gonna sing or something? What are you gonna do? You're gonna.
Now that was a good effect. Yeah, you're getting LOLs, Austin, if that was you or whoever from you're getting a bunch of LOLs from the chat for that one little the timing on that was just money. Oh, I've written electronic music songs and stuff that have ended up in some not like EA Sports video games, but like some lower, let's call it lower level video game projects and stuff. And I've written a bunch of songs. I love diving into Reason or Logic or whatever and creating music. My wife and I wrote a song the other night and just recorded it, and it was a kind of a silly song, but we love stuff like that. Shout out to Tony for the sound bits. What do all the cool kids use if I'm dating myself with Reason? What do the cool kids use these days? Ableton. GarageBand, yeah, that's like quick and dirty. What's the other big one that was mostly for live live recording, like mic'd up stuff, not so much it's like the staple. Pro Tools, that's it. Yeah. Oh yeah, go Spain. Vamos. Vamos equipo. Yeah, we watched the whole thing. Okay, so all right, you in another trade, bro? Tell us about it. Paging Dr. Christian.
What?
You're in a trade. Tell us.
Yeah, I'm just sorry, focused. Trying to catch this breakdown. I'm being a little bit aggressive here, but the 4 hour needs a pullback for a 4 hour higher low. We're breaking down a consolidation after a gap up in QQQ. So I'm looking for a push back into the breakout, which is at 28,970s, but we do have support at 29,060s. Definitely an aggressive sort of trade for me. So I'm ready to close it here fast if we don't break down, because ES is holding. But NQ needs a pullback.
They're trying. It's just not. It's pretty lackluster. I wanted to check.
Yeah.
Our vol today kind of crappy, at least in the S&P. So it's just tough to. I don't hate your trade, but because I really think that at least the S&P, like a real good test to really kind of run stops into like 7,500, just below 7,500 would be very sensible. So I don't hate the short here off the rejection from the upper end. But I do think the production team has found some of the music I wrote. You guys have it?
All right,
and we were thinking of taking that and overdubbing the Price is Right theme. Could be something special.
I took half off at 1.5R. Now, one of the main reasons I shorted that, guys, was, I if you guys have seen my post on X and even my weekend video, I've been talking about this 200, 300 area, which has been support of this smaller box, right? I've been buying that support for weeks. We finally formed acceptance on Thursday and we broke lower. I wrote that down. And this was the first back test of that. We almost reached it yesterday where we had priority high. But we need to reclaim this, right? And we need acceptance up here. So that's a multi-hour consolidation. Until that happens, I have to think that the first test of this breakdown gets sold. So on top of that, the hourly was also oversold with our side divergences. We did have a failed breakout out of that overnight consolidation, right? So I'm using horizontal resistance, trend structure, meaning failed breakout to start a new trend, and then to allow price to then traverse back to the other side of the overnight range, which was that overnight low. We just took it out. I took partials off there. So, my location was good. Entry management was a little bit aggressive. I did exit half at a reasonable area at London low. And now to see if we have continuation lower, and I moved my stop to minus 0.5R, just because, this is aggressive and I don't want to Like, it's not my go-to. This is how I used to trade back in the day when I was more aggressive, but I don't need to do that anymore. But anyways, that was one of my trade ideas. We'll see if we have fall to the lower now. We are setting up for earnings season, and I do think we did put in a low. So again, it's not really counter trend because we are below the daily 9 SMA, but we have seen a change in character from the bounce overnight. So I don't really want to. All right, I took the other half off at minus 0.5 R. It's just too jumpy, right? ES couldn't really break down.
Jumpy, too bumpy.
So not bad. And then this was how I talked about QQQ, the gap up. We had a little wedge here, and pretty much I was trying to short the breakdown. I caught it, but it looks like we might consolidate up here. Software's weak now. It was looking so good. I still think that the 4-hour needs to get a pullback to, and there we go, to the 9 MA on the 4-hour, which would be 970s. ES is close to filling the lows here that it bounced from. I'll just wait now, be a little bit more patient.
Kolke, yes, Apteros is an active proprietary trading desk, correct. Oh, yeah. Ryan Fox at the Open. He was like an animal in a cage having to wait on the tee box on 18. Steps up, pipes it. He hit his approach. I swear to you, there were still guys walking off the green. There were still like feet on the left edge of the green. They were walking off, and he hit his approach, stuck it. I've never seen a professional golfer do that in my life. And then he didn't talk to the caddy. In fact, you were watching, I forget, was it Sam Burns finishing up his putt or whatever, and he started to walk around to the left of the camera angle, just all by himself. And then he's pulling the ball out of the hole, and the guy's stepping up and just like, I have a real soft spot for Aussies, South Africans, Kiwis that are just like these true sportsmen type. They're just fascinating people to me. They're just fun-loving, nerves of steel, just incredible. So yeah, I would love to see Cam Young get it, root for the American, everything. But Fox was I was secretly rooting for him. It was a pleasure to watch. And he said he was so nervous he couldn't feel his hands over that putt. But what happened? His level of play, it falls back just like us in trading. Falls back to the level of our training. What is the level of your training? What do you fall back to when you can't feel your hands, right? Or as Tindler might call, inchworming up that C game, or that B game. Really, really incredible takeaways from watching sports like that. Oh, that's cool. Evidently, he's just a fantastic guy. Yeah, I'm sure a whole great family. I assume anyone who Scotty Scheffler wants to share a house with for a lot of tournaments, I assume that's a pretty good guy.
Once lower, telling you guys, we need a 4-hour higher low. We need a 4-hour higher low to set up the rest of the week. And I did not want to be aggressive again. I'll join you on that swing long if I can get NQ to 970s. Come on down to the Price is Right.
I mean, if you look at this delta, yeah, there was a little bit of aggressive selling right here between 840 and 842 central on the move into the low. But ever since 831, look at how flat this delta is. And then, yeah, the little bit of selling. And look at how flat it's been since there. This is a very, very low energy. It's like a, what's that? One of those personality ratings. I know people who are an LE9, a low energy 9. What is that called? If you're like a 1 or a 9.
Semi's
He wanted to
rejecting
say
from the 9
Fantagram,
SMA.
but that's an old band I used to listen to. Enneagram. That's what it is. We have ourselves an LE9 market.
Come on down. I need it.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
PJ Dubs. Well, first of all, I think everyone knows I'm not a big fan. No, I won't answer it that way. Okay, so context for the chat here. Evidently, there's a rule in golf where you cannot alter any of the living grass or anything kind of around the ball that would affect your swinging into the ball. I didn't know this was a rule. I kid you not. I'm like a 4 handicap golfer. I'm ashamed to say that when I get in deep rough and stuff, I will press it down with my feet behind the ball. I've taken my club and whacked stuff out of the way so that I can get over the ball. And I try not to let the ball move or anything. I know that's a rule. But like, I will absolutely try to get in and do that. I didn't know that was a rule. So, maybe I'm a 5 or a 6 index. There's a lot of buying on the tape here. So anyways, evidently he just did a little bit of walking behind the ball. I never saw the clip. And so anyways, they asked Rory, Rory, what are your thoughts on that? They gave Bryson a 2-shot penalty or whatever. Rory, what do you think about it? He goes, well, first of all, I think everyone knows here I'm not a fan of Bryson. And then he talked about the ruling. So I think, number one, I think it was intentional. I think Bryson's a good guy. I don't think that he was trying to cheat. And number two, I think Rory is a bit of a, what, when it comes to little topics like that. I used to be a huge Rory fan, but ever since Liv and how he handled that and how much of a crybaby he's been about things, that's kind of my take on Rory right now. One of the best golfers to ever walk the face of the earth, but there's just no sense to like throw mud like that when asked about a ruling. I'll reiterate it one more time, guys, because I think it's so important. Opening in the middle of the main distribution from the prior day. I've said this a dozen times since we've been doing this stream for a year and a half. It is a perfect recipe for low energy. It's a perfect recipe for momentum head fakes. It's a perfect recipe for little blips out of nowhere, because that's the nature of the movement in those contextual locations a lot of times. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the ruling on Bryson. I don't think anyone disagrees with it. I do think it was unintentional. But again, I haven't even really seen the clip much. But with my golf, it's intentional, so I gotta quit that. Another weird golfing rule. There was one time the guy's ball was stuck in the tree limb, just above him. And so he stood there and he raised up the club and he hit it. But because he did not put his feet sideways relative to the ball, it was a penalty, because you can't straddle the ball with your feet and hit it. I didn't know that rule. So I'm ready now if I ever get stuck in a tree. Yeah, Jay, that's typically a pretty good initial strategy until proven wrong on the open, at least for those first tests, especially.
Oh, don't do me like that.
What?
Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that.
Woo. Sorry, Chad. I got nothing for you here. Y'all
I'm
want me to
telling
talk
them
about my
it's
swing
going
long?
down.
I'll talk about it. But intraday, this is y'all know me. I'll be as active as anybody, but no trades thus far in the middle of DVA, in the middle of yesterday's main balance. You know, if I put the coaching hat on, though, it's important. Mama said there'd be days like this. There's times where there's a reason to be aggressive, win or lose. One thing I talk with my traders on the desk a lot of times is, hey, you went DLL there, and they might be upset about having gone daily loss limit. And they'll send me their end of day review. We'll go over it, and I'll say, look, these were good setups for you and your process. You executed well. You put the appropriate amount of risk on. You did your job. It just wasn't there. It just wasn't there today, right? That's a good day. That's a good use of risk capital from the firm. On the other hand, we'll have a session like this, open in the middle of prior value, low RVol, no test of any meaningful, significant levels for that trader. I'm not imposing my views on all my traders. And the trader will send me their end of day review, and they'll say, yeah, I traded pretty well today. Blah, blah, blah. I could have done this or whatever. Went DLL. And I'll say, this was a terrible use of a daily loss limit for you. These were not your best setups. I know your best setups, Johnny Trader. There's a big difference. So there's a time and a place for spending risk, and win or lose doesn't matter. There's a time and a place for it, right? For each trader, for the style, for the playbook. And that's one of the things that's one of my biggest jobs, honestly, is helping traders more objectively see their own work on a day-to-day basis, right? They're in the trenches. They've got bias and filters and ego and whatever, just like we all do, just like I do. But getting that objective third-party opinion on your day-to-day grind and where your stats are and reminder of what goals you're working towards, that's a big part of my job with the desk. The chat says, Merritt, take a position or stop talking so much.
What about my IB strategy? What about it? Do you have a question? I will be looking to trade it here at 7:30. We continue to move lower here. This is, the move that I'm expecting. We need a pullback to the 4-hour 9 EMA to set up the possible continuation of this push higher. We just, hit that strong area, 200, 300, and rejected. Like we need to reclaim that. Until we do that, we have to think sideways to lower. But with yesterday's failed breakdown, now you have sort of this negotiation happening between buyers and sellers where the pullback into the 4-hour 9 SMA will confirm if buyers do have the strength to continue to see it higher above that 200, 300 NQ spot, right? And if not, then we're going to see this red scenario where we go back down to yesterday's low. But if we do hold this 960s, 970s area, then that would be the higher low here that holds into the next sequence of events, because we're now having a higher high, higher low, and then can break out higher into the rest of the week. And all we're doing is getting that pullback to seek that higher low. And, I didn't try the short again because it was just choppy and I didn't want to be aggressive. And I got to focus on stocks as I buy them on this higher low pullback while I wait for NQ to buy. See, so that is how you can trade both. Know where you're looking to trade, wait for it, and then execute.
Gold is interesting here. I wish it was a different short-term setup. I really do. It's a good trade location. We have an LVN from last week. We've accepted into the upper half. We're retesting the edge between the two distributions from last week. It's this bull flag, right? As you can see, that's just breaking as we speak. Right. I hate trading from VWAP. I really do. So anytime I do that, I'm more picky. But that's one of the better setups I've seen today. That would have been something I would have had to have really been stalking, maybe for the order flow based scalpers in the room. That kind of late rotation capitulation followed by a little divergence would have been good to get in pre flag break, pre kind of medium term momentum shift, which is typically what flag breaks are for us from a rhythm perspective. I just wasn't in stock mode there for that.
We are into a support area here in NQ at 0.60s. Wondering if we hold, since we're not really seeing follow through lower. It's very muted.
If y'all ever want me to go through any longer term, charts contextually for any market, feel free to ask on a quiet day like today where I'm, nothing going. Happy to do that kind of stuff for you guys. If y'all want to review a trade that you took yesterday, if you want to do anything like that where we can add value to you, please let us know.
All right, so
A lot
I
of
took a
days we're
long
too busy, but
off that support.
not today.
Uh,
Not today.
We'll see if it holds. I will probably close it if we can't get going. It means we'll probably continue lower. All right, I took it off at minus 0.4 R. If we don't bounce from this 0.60s, then we'll confirm a move into 970s. which is looking like it now.
BTC, sure, I can take a look.
Yeah, it wants it. It wants it. Come on.
So we broke below, we started out, broke below last year's value, consolidated, retest of kind of this area here, very methodical movement. New lows, now it's kind of retesting the lower edge of that box. So yeah, if it's yeah, that's the box I'm drawing is the kind of the price action based analysis. But if I just look at it more from a developing value VWAP based thing for the year, then this is a lower extreme, right? Yeah, so maybe minor resistance at 68K, but bullish for the year for kind of continued rotational sideways behavior that we've been in this kind of blue region. It's a brand new quarter, so we'll not speak a whole lot into the quarter, except that we have broken into last quarter's value. So that's another bullish sign. So two charts are bullish. As we step to the monthly, this is a chart that is, look at how many monthly VWAP projections we had. 1, 2, 3, 4. Compression, right? Kind of continues to revisit this area, kind of wedging into it, if you will. And that's the break. So right here, right now, that's the traversal of last month's value. So it's hit resistance. It's at the +2 standard deviation for the month. This is not on this chart a good place to time up a long entry. It's more likely to have a pullback from here than it is, but it's still overall, let's call it an imbalanced up after multiple VWAP projections. So this kind of 65K level is the bullish line in the sand for continuation. Okay, so finally we can kind of really latch on to something. And then for the week, it's just almost in a fast trend. It's kind of started to grind really, on these upper standard deviations. We left last week's value a long time ago, so there's not a whole lot of information there. You could watch for pullbacks, but I think the monthly might need to get a deeper pullback. So kind of two bullish areas there, 66K, 65K. For the overall thesis that we just put together in a top-down walkthrough to persist. If the 65K level fails, that's going to be a failure of quarterly. That's going to put us in something of a look at an imbalance down on the yearly, right? This is a rotation up off those lows that's been predominantly below developing value low. So if we get that, we'll have been what we call confirmed imbalance down for the year. So yeah, 65K is a fantastic line in the sand. Bull above, bear below.
We're seeing our 4-hour higher low. So let me do this. From here to the lows is what?
I have TradingView for two purposes. Number one, for alerts, right? Price alerts across many markets that come to my phone, and I've even set up some different like louder alerts and stuff for them if I need to wake up call at night. And two, for quick and dirty stuff like that. It's not my main tool by any means. It does not have high quality enough data to do what I need for trading, but for quick and dirty, especially higher time frame type analysis like that, it mostly gets the job done. Merritt, on a slow day like today, what would you advise someone on your desk to do? There's so many things that can be worked on that traders can do when they're not trading. And it varies person to person. I don't tell everyone to do the same thing, but Maybe you need to catch up on some process revision, right, to your process documentation. Maybe you've had this idea, something with the initial balance that you've wanted to test, and you can go do some of that work. Maybe you're really in a drawdown and you need to do extra deep diving into what's going on with your stats, what's going on with different setups, what's working, what's not. Maybe you need to do something like pull up, your Jared Tendler book and sharpen your mental game. There's so many things. Maybe you need to be a good trading buddy, right, to someone on your team, if you're on a desk, to a buddy that you met in the NinjaTrader Discord. Maybe they're hurting. Maybe they could use a friend. Maybe you could celebrate their success with them. Like they could use you, right? And that'll come back around to you. There's so many things you could be doing. Maybe you need a break. Maybe you're burned out. Maybe you've been really burning the candle at both ends, and you need to just go fishing, man. Just go fishing. So yeah, there's a lot that could be done.
Hey, Chris, do you bring time into the equation with the EMA wedging? For example, for our EMA, I don't look at the EMAs for the 9. Okay, I look at the SMA for the 20 and the 50. I do look at the EMA. I want to make sure I'm clear on that because I do not track the 9 EMA. For example, for our EMA, I also don't even know what EMA you're talking about. Not updating into the close. Can I adjust? Yeah, can you ask that question again?
And Michael, contradictory to a lot of what I've said about the situation, the S&P today and whatnot, says there's been a lot of 5-point ES scalps for him today. No reason for him to sit on his hands. Absolutely. Fantastic. Good for you, right? Like, I can only present what my market worldviews are for you guys and give you the best advice that I can about various things. And some things are very unique to how I see markets that are not going to fit. If you're scalping, I don't know, I'd be curious how you're doing it, but yeah, if there's been plenty of 5-point ES scalps for you today, then more power to you. That's fantastic. Everyone has different market worldviews they're operating off of, and you have certain. Everyone's good day and bad day is not the same thing, right?
I'm looking for a swing long, guys. That's why if we're seeing the 4-hour 9 EMA higher low, I want to be long.
DSP, it's from Codex. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know how to get rid of it. Let me see if I can. Merritt, why is your cloud so nebulous? I don't know what that means, dude. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, we're not doing a whole lot of nothing. We did come down, tested first support. I did start a NQ swing because if we're not going to see the 970s area that I want, then we're going to see the 4-hour higher low here at 29,060s, which I brought up. and I want to be positioned for a continuation higher into tomorrow. So I do have a swing long in NQ
Here it
now.
is.
What?
This is the most exciting point of the day. Right here, buckle up. It's the stop run. The moment we've been waiting for.
No, I do not look at the 24-hour chart.
Talk to me, Chris. Talk to me, Chris. I'm here for you.
I don't know what I need to say. You're doing all the talking here.
What is the deal? Manipulation. Okay, so it's a stop run in slow motion. Slow motion for me. But it's gonna be. There's gonna be a little violence here. We haven't seen much violence today, but a little bit higher, and there will be some violence. And then if we could start to hold above 75.30s, we're in business. And brother, business is a booming. Well,
Yeah, it's probably looking like it's going to be.
Look at these sellers. Whoa.
A
Absorbed.
4-hour swing low.
Told you, violence. Look at those sellers. Wow. At least we got a little entertainment here today. That's fun to watch.
All right, so all I have right now is that long that I put on earlier for the swing account. And then in 2 minutes, I need to get ready for the IB strat, which it might fail today. And, it's been on last 7 days have been really strong for the strategy. So I welcome losses. I'll share that account. So for those asking, why I was getting long, hopefully my review of the 4-hour structure helped. All right, so here's the IB strat, the account. It's below the daily 9 SMA trend filter, so I will need to be looking for a short. However, I think myself that we're going to go higher, but let's see. We need to lose we are near the top 75% mark of the IB, so we will need to lose that for me to engage or look for a setup. But we got, I mean, so far we got the higher low, guys, right? And I kept talking like we needed for the structure to be alive, for the bullish structure, we needed to come back down into the 4-hour 9 MA, which is the green scenario. We did. We didn't exactly touch it, and we don't have to really test it, right? But the structure is now there where we are seeing a higher high, higher low, and then now we can continue higher, reclaim this 200, 300 area, which is still pretty big. And if so, we can see 480s, 500, and eventually higher if earnings go well. So I'm looking to hold this for quite a bit if it does. So I'm just going to wait for the IB strat here. And then ES wants to have SPY has inside day. Does ES too? I think it took out part of day low. If we form acceptance up here, then yes, 2020. And so far it is bullish, right? Like the structure is bullish. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do hold.
I would not be surprised if, relative volume's picking up a little bit here, actually. But I would not be surprised if this ends up being a top if we're going to remain low energy choppy.
Is the IB strat binary on under the daily 9 MA or over it to define a long or short at a point like we have where we are right? Where we are right now, and does that make a difference? Yes, it's
cool.
I feel like all systematic strategies are like that. I'm using the 9 daily SMA as the trend filter, and if we are below it, the strategy only takes shorts. If we are above it, the strategy only takes longs. There's no second guessing. There's no analyzing structure. There's no, I think this is going to go higher and I'm going to take higher. It's those are the rules, and that's literally how an algorithm will trade. So it's my job to execute as best as humanly possible. If we can form some acceptance up here, I'm interested in a long in the other account. On top of the swing account, I'll just look for a wedge pop. Oh, why can't I see my... It's higher. Send it. Send it. How do I execute the short? I feel like you're here almost every day, Mahar. You know how I execute. What has been your average performance with the IB strat? What do you mean by average performance? Like, what is the total performance? What is the average performance per month, per week? You don't watch what we're doing? You're on here every day. Here's a performance of the strategy for this month while I wait for a setup. 42.9% win rate. At a drawdown from July 1st to July 13th. And then here is how the P&L chart looks. So it's having a good July. My performance is not the same because I had human errors. And I missed a trade at night because I'm trading the Asia market as well, but it was just a little bit late. It was at 9:30 my time. Actually happened at 9:20, and I have a rule to cut off at 9:30. So I should have taken it at 9:20 and hit, I had a total, I hit 6 R's, which means for the total outcome for the trade was 3.5 R. So that cost me a lot. All right, we're so far not rejecting up here. We put in a failed breakdown also of the overnight range. This can fail back down and create more range as we get ready for earnings. All right, so now that we're losing the 75% mark of the IB, I can look to see if my setup will form. I wish. Well, actually, Mahar, you know what? I wish, but I don't need sushi anymore. It is not good for a person with one kidney. So I do miss it.
Oh, sure, Mr. Oklahoma State University. So 6E, starting for the year, we failed out of the upper edge of last year's value, came back into last year's VWAP close, retested the upper edge, and now we're breaking down, kind of a bear flag type pattern here. I would call this imbalance down. So I would be bearish, on the yearly. It's just one of the time frames. So bear with me. We're not done yet against this region here. 1.5, 350. For the quarter, as you can see, that's the below last quarter's value. And there's that same flag. It's a brand new quarter, but we are below last quarter's value. So again, bearish below, 15550, however you say that, right? I hate all these long decimal markets. So two charts that are bearish below a similar region. For the month, we are oddly hanging around the above and below the last month's value low. So that's not a bearish feature, right? If participants saw the last month's low as a advantageous place to buy, we would see it behaving differently. So hanging around that region is a little bit of what's not happening that I would point out. So we're going to say pretty neutral there, nothing much, but there is that little hint of bearish, what's not happening. And then shorter term for the week, we open up in the middle of last week. Can't quite touch the upper edge of last week's value. Zip down to the lower edge, and again, continue to hang around there. So I would say on any break below 4,380 is a kind of a break and a retest of last week's value. Imbalance down for the week would be where you'd get involved with the short, because most of these time frames are bearish. A break and hold back above 15550, that's where this is a very, very bullish chart, and it puts those highs for not the highs of the year, but the upper end of the range for the past year and a half, really on the table. Last year's value high around spot 195. So pretty good line in the sand there, big picture for bears versus bulls.
All right, so I can now look for a setup as we're losing the 75% mark of the IB. Essentially, what I'm looking for now is if we can see a little bit of a downtrend, and then if it bounces, fails to reclaim the 75% mark, and then creates a higher low to short against to, right here, then I can take that. But even though we're below the daily 9 SMA, there's an additional rule that we need to lose the 75% mark of the IB, because if we do not, then over time, what can that turn into? Acceptance of IB highs, right? So if I'm shorting these highs, I can easily get stopped out as bullish structure continues to hold. And it doesn't, my back testing said to, okay, don't take shorts up here, because if the market is overall in an uptrend, you can get stopped out. So I added in a rule that says, okay, what if I wait for sellers to confirm that they are showing up at the highs, reject it lower, and then I can look for the reversal? So that is why I do not take shorts up here. This price can form acceptance, eventually break out, and I wait for weakness.
Nice little response from buyers. Really more of like a liquidity vacuum. But this is the inflection for the day up here, like I keep saying. I think it was very interesting that when we ran all the stops at the highs and all those sellers started piling in, they got absorbed. There was a passive buyer that showed up. If you go back and study the S&P yesterday, what you see is we got down near the low, like initially before we went further lower, and all of a sudden buyers showed up and they got capped. The passive sellers showed up. So that's been a pattern in the S&P lately, is seeing market push an extreme, run some stops, try to retrace, get capped by passive participants, and then more of a trend, continuation shows up. It's been a couple days of that, for what it's worth. Still just kind of passive, running away on this up leg.
Higher. Once higher, guys. I told you we got that 4-hour 9 MA higher low. Not get too bearish on the structure here. Let's see if there's follow through though. SPY is still in a range, so we can still push back down. All right, so it looks like we're not going to get an IB trade set up today where we're just hanging around the IB high. I'll just stick in the long that I took on the other account. Where is it?
My apologies, Brown. I guessed Oklahoma instead of Ohio. The Ohio State University, right? Oh yeah, 20 in both directions. It was on the downside yesterday, so passive seller near the, or we initiated kind of lower, and saw that again today at the high from passive buyers. Don't let a big delta profile fool you. Sometimes it'll mask what happened. I think the sequencing. One thing about profiles is you do lose the order of events and where things happen. So having something on the x-axis to let you know where it happened can sometimes be an important clue. Loon, that's a good day, man. MFE scratch, MFE scratch, MFE scratch. That's the recipe for success. Then at other times we get lucky, don't we? So you just keep on keeping on. I've had a couple conversations lately with some fellowship program graduates where we've looked at their data, and some of them have been struggling. And I'm like, look at your rolling MFE versus MAE, and look at the ratio, and look at how good that is. Your timing is fantastic. But the capture, the actual P&L is on the negative side of the MAE, MFE. So it's very, very powerful information. And very encouraging information to someone who's maybe had a rough session or a rough couple of sessions or a rough month, but you look at that underlying data of what's possible from the time you're putting positions on and putting them off. It's a good extra layer.
We can still be range bound. We can reject back down.
We can.
Interested in a short, which is a little counter trend. Let me see.
Still, from a daily perspective here, if we pull up the daily profile, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, dude. Nothing has changed. My favorite movie.
Not the right entry yet. Okay, let's see.
Except I don't think they say changed.
No real structure here to form acceptance yet for me to consider a long. The Qs are a little bit overbought.
Nice Marmot.
I'm considering a short here. Yeah, I think I'm early. All right, I took it off. I'm just going to stay in the long that I have, the swing long. And if we form acceptance, I'll see what to do.
Ernest, I don't have much of an opinion on the options data. I'm aware that it's quite popular. I think, yeah. I don't know. That's the short answer.
Okay, so we do pull back?
What are some common traits of winners and losers? We'll say successful traders versus those who kind of fail out, who come through my world. The losers oftentimes never move past the point of, in their review, either one of two camps where they continue to shed responsibility and blame, other things. They got screwed, that type thing, or they continue to not face reality around what they're actually capable, what their system is actually capable of doing and seeing. And it's a bunch of woulda, coulda, shoulda. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I knew that was going higher. I should have, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you didn't. That's why one of the things that we're implementing on the tech side is this concept of, for traders who it's appropriate for, we've built out a tool where they input a trade idea, and it's time-stamped, and it's in their timeline, and it's visible to myself, their social peers who can log in and see their stuff. And so you could see not only the trades you took, but the trade ideas that you had before you took trades. And that is a really, really cool thing that we're implementing to help people be more honest and objective with what they're capable of seeing before it comes time to execute. It's pretty cool. The winners, well, what's funny, you asked about the winners and the losers. The winners are the best losers. I'll say that. You cannot be a winner at this game without learning how to be the best loser. Something that took me a couple of years to figure out. The more time we spend up at this upper edge, the more bullish it gets.
We're starting to form a little bit of acceptance here at the IB high and NQ, or at least we're consolidating a bit of a time. But on the 15-minute, on the Qs, it does look like we can go through a pullback here and remain range bound.
Big selling there.
Yeah, it looks like my shorts are being too. We're not really rejecting back down. ES is much weaker today. AI is really bouncing. It's helping NQ. All right, let's see if we do retrace a bit and continue range bound. Yeah, it's not my day for shorts. That's a stake in this long.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey, what's up?
Good morning.
What's up? What's up, gang?
How y'all doing?
Do we need like special gang signs? We're gonna be calling each other gang.
Yeah, throw them up.
W's for like wins.
How are you guys doing this morning?
Pretty good. I was short from the open and just kind of wrote it down, and then just re-engaged a couple of times. So I've had a pretty good morning so far. Up here, I don't really have much. I was trying to get short at these 229s, and and I got a nice push down to the 160s, but then buyers just brought it right back. So a little less confident in staying short right now.
Yeah.
Nothing for me. I lost power earlier, so this is kind of just me getting to my desk now and actually sitting in front of, the charts. Looks like, Chris, I think that pullback can come. Really liking the way the 30-minute looks right now on ES, Russell. Not so much NQ. NQ is a little bit stronger, but yeah, I thought maybe today we would have like pulled back and filled some of that overnight gap, but I guess Bulls had another plan.
Yeah, I hit that 60 spot and then bounced straight from there. Did not want further. And looks like this is acceptance at IB highs and we can push that higher now.
I feel like this is kind of an edge though, like at least on the S&P, like what happens around this region 75.30s. If we start to hold above 75.30s, hold on to your hats. If we reject 75.30s, I don't think the low from this week and last week, is going to hold. I think it's all about this area right here.
All right.
Cool.
Well, my time is up.
Super cool.
Leo, they're asking you to analyze Bitcoin, so I'll leave you to that. Okay. Give them your best analysis. Salma, you guys take care.
Yep.
See you guys next week. Merritt, talk soon.
See y'all
later.
Bye, chat.
What happened with my share?
Hi.
Kind of weird. Hi, Salma.
What's up?
How are you today? Is my share like double sharing for some reason?
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
I see everything double, yeah.
Let me fix that. If we go to Salma's screen.
Production. There you go. You got it. What's up, chat? Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Super
How
weird.
you's doing? Are you laying off trading because of the power issues? No, not really. I was just dealing with that a little bit earlier. If I do end up losing power again, I still have my phone. It should be fine.
Try this again here.
Yeah, Logan, I've got 4 charts on this monitor, and then I've got 6 on another, and then I'm also watching the Mag 7 on another, so a lot of charts.
Should be back.
It looks good. Yeah. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it.
I want to be short with all this absorption. I think the important thing, looking at if you're using delta profiles, that you're able to slice them down to either a footprint, so you have a short time frame, or leg to leg, so that you can see what's happening at what time. Because we can see where it starts, and so we can watch this build as we're progressing. So we're seeing, a decent amount of absorption up here as we're chopping around. So that's like the hallmark of absorption are, price is not going anywhere. So price is stalling and really one side is participating. So as we kind of develop this trade here, that I didn't take it, but just kind of upon looking at it further, it's just classic absorption. I just missed it.
Yeah, it looks good for lower off that 30-minute. I just went short one micro gold, excuse me. I like it. We rejected Pax's quarterly pivot at 40.78. 30-minute also looking similar to ES Russell and looks good for a pullback.
Gonna push here lower.
Yeah, wow.
I don't have any opinions on that option stuff. I'm just a futures trader through and through. I started trading with options, 10 years ago, and totally just went to futures, never looked back. So I'm not the expert on that.
I really wish I
Salma,
started
on the
with
other hand,
futures. Oh, I don't know nothing about
Salma
crypto.
is our options guru. Are you going
Wait,
to trade NVIDIA single stock futures? Yes, I'm going to trade single stock futures for sure. I'm really excited about that.
yo, I thought you were answering the Bitcoin guy. Sorry, I didn't even see that new
Was there
message.
actually a Bitcoin guy?
Yeah. He's asking if we can do analysis on Bitcoin. What do you think of options flow, gamma exposure levels for ES and NQ? Ernest, I've never really used GEX levels with my futures trading, but I guess you can. I guess the most efficient way to do it would be let's say you're an NQ trader and you just had QQQ side by side with NQ, and once QQQ would reach a specific your gamma levels, then you would pair it up with your NQ levels and then take a trade based off that. But I don't know how you would go about translating those levels to get the exact level on the NQ chart if you weren't having them side by side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, good point, Josh Platinum. Since I'm much older now, I should just be trading Coke and Pepsi futures. I agree. You're right. I think I'm gonna go Walmart, Costco, things that are more up my alley.
Yo,
Home
why are people
Depot.
so mean to you?
He's joking. He's trolling me.
By the way, whoever was asking about Bitcoin analysis, now I don't look at crypto, I don't look at Bitcoin, but I was looking at IBIT, which is the Bitcoin ETF. And this was last week. We got some really good bullish options flow on it. And then I looked at the chart. It was looking real good for this could be a potential local bottom here. And I texted Jim and I texted Tracy because I know they both dabble into crypto a bit. And I said, hey guys, IBIT looks like it might be a good long opportunity here for, your long-term ports. I grabbed some shares. I'm currently up 7% on those shares in a couple days. So Jim, Tracy, I hope you guys listened.
Imagine getting margin called on a Walmart dividend day. Oof.
Mr. Josh Platinum says you can build a converter, Salma. Pretty simple math. I mean, I don't know if those levels are going to be exact, Mr. Josh Platinum. I think the best way, in my opinion, would be to just have them side by side. And like I said, as QQQ reaches those levels, you can just, take a look at NQ and then take your trades based off that. But yeah, I guess there's converters. Dividend Cake says, celebrated your win yesterday, Salma? Not really. But it was a good and fun competition. I should have made the bet with Leo.
I bet you didn't see my trading performance.
Wait, you traded it yesterday?
No, but
Oh.
had I traded, I would have beat you.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, I thrive. I think I've come to the conclusion that when the competitions are micro only, I think I do much better than when there's like minis mixed in. Because then it's like you just go full degen and kind of full port and do all that good stuff.
So you know the size position is going to work for stock futures. So one contract will be equivalent to 100 shares. And the tick value, they have the specifications on the CME side. I haven't memorized them yet. Let's see. I'm going to find them now. Don't worry.
The real question is, how soon will prop firms roll out the ability to trade single stock futures?
I guess traders will have to wait and find out.
Can't wait.
What futures? Let's see.
All right, geez, what a NQ is just not pulling back.
Specs, contract specs. Here, if everybody wants to look at this, you can go. I posted the link in main or in the so the production team could post the link. Okay, so it's index points is 0.01, so it's a penny, and that's equivalent to $1. So tick is basically a penny, and it's $1 value.
I really like this comment. Sil says that she participated in the competition yesterday and that she's very happy with her results. And she says, for me, this shows improvement in my trading skills. That's awesome. That's the whole point of these competitions, guys. Like, you know, it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of like competition, but it also allows you guys to just put your skills to the test in a simulated environment where there is real cash prizes on the line, right? You do have like an incentive to actually trade well. It's not like you're just paper trading for the sake of paper trading. So yeah, for those of you who, you know, missed out and didn't really participate yesterday, consider participating in the next one. You never know. Might surprise yourself.
Have you picked a day to release the new profile tools? I have not yet. I think we're just trying to finalize how it's going to get deployed.
Damn, I'm not liking this push.
You are discerning. I don't. In what context?
Crown My Trade says, Salma, how can I use yours and Pax's OR to help me with direction? I mean, the way Pax trades it, he's got his own system, obviously, and own way of trading his opening range. The reason why I have it on my chart is so that I can just use those levels as targets, potential entries, exits. It just really helps me know, you know, when we might be coming to some sort of resistance or support. He doesn't use it that way. So if you really want to learn how to actually trade that strategy, you're going to have to go straight to the source and you're going to have to go to Pax.
How do you guys deal with losing streaks? This month I traded result like keep hovering profit and loss, but already back test. How come you're the only one with the custom business deck? Hey man, I don't know.
Wait, you have a custom business deck, Doc?
Yeah. How do you guys deal with losing streaks? I do have a custom business deck. You haven't seen it yet?
No, can we business doc him?
Let's see.
Just want to see what this looks like.
Oh, they can't do it right now.
All right. We tried.
How do you deal with a losing streak? The thing that I've always came back to is that you can you can take some time off the charts and just touch grass, stay away, not stay away, but just, take some time off, reorient yourself with yourself a little bit. The other thing that I personally prefer to do is trade through, I would trade through a drawdown or a bad losing streak weekday, just whatever. However, I will size down and I will also readjust my expectations. And I may even go down to the bare minimum of like, what do I need at a bare minimum just to survive financially, and have that be one of the things that holds me, accountable for the session. And so that might be, I just want to make just when I have a profit of $200 or a loss of 150, or 300 versus 150, some value that is still meaningful enough to me, but helps me start to progress out of that hole. And so just having low, I would say easily achievable goals that you can hold yourself accountable to and just stop. Because you obviously know you're in a drawdown or a losing streak. That just helps build confidence. And that building of confidence can take 2 to 3 weeks. And that will just reinstill, everything that because when you're in a losing streak, you're questioning everything. Is it my strategy? Is it the way I'm executing? Is it this? Is it that? And usually it's none of those things, and you're just going through a little bit of variance. Your strategy is going through variance, etc. And so the best thing you can do for your mental is to reduce your position sizing, lower your expectations, and just be gentle with the charts and yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Leo, you just hit the nail on the head with all that. I would say you really have to just focus on treating every single trade as its own entity. Don't take, yesterday's loss or a previous loss into your next trade and think to yourself, I have to make my money back. I know it can be like easier said than done, but you really have to try and just treat each trade as its own thing. And then also just focus on sizing down, because if you're on a losing streak, then you have to be playing defense so that you can stay alive long enough to, weather the storm until the market is favoring your edge. Right? So you got to just play D until the tides turn in your favor, and they will eventually do that. I mean, you can see how, like, since the start of July, the market's been completely different from what it was like in June. So yeah, I would just say just got to protect yourself and be here for tomorrow. Or like JT just said, just buy a new TV. Maybe that'll make you feel better.
I don't think you should do that. That's bad advice.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of want to short this here against this local high.
Luke, I appreciate that. Also, where you been at? Candle handlers, appreciate that. It's very nice. All right, looks like I'm gonna get stopped on this trade. NQ is just it's on some crazy strength right now.
Some juice.
Oh, I was trying to think of what I wanted to say. It's going crazy.
Yeah, just going to that higher time frame, you got a peak above this balance area up here at 21, right above 30,200. Briefly breached that, came back down, retested the level here at 89, and then had a big liquidation. And then we ended up going all the way to the other side, bounced pretty hard. And then last week we were trading up here, found these, these sellers, and against this high volume edge, pushed all the way lower through the balance area. Now we've came back through it. I hate to trade the wrong side of the market, so I'm just a little bit. I kind of want to be short just based on the profile here, because we do have more of a balanced distribution. Although we have a break right now from that. But oftentimes I would still look for this to break and go back in. Look for a trade back inside of the balance of the range for the day. I just don't have it's just not a great setup here. And this look is giving me kind of pause that maybe we're trying to resolve to the upside on the higher time frame. So the better play would be to look for a good long somewhere along the way here. But I'm not really one that's going to buy it high and sell it higher. I have friends that do that, like Stowe.
Trump speaking. Craig just posted something in chat. I think he's in some sort of meeting right now. Let's see. Oh no, wait. Okay, maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. All right, yeah, I can't trade this to the upside, honestly.
By the way, if you haven't noticed, NinjaTrader Live has a Discord now. They've just posted a link in the chat, and I believe there's going to be a little event with Anthony Crudele and AJ from Lucid Trading. So you should join the Discord, and if you do, make sure you tag Salma and say hi.
Yeah, tag me, guys. And then DM Leo. Spam his DM.
You can't DM me. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you're too cool to be DM'd?
It's impossible.
He's on right now. Yeah, Chuck looks that way.
You can see it in the price action there a little bit.
Yep.
Some little news pump and dump.
It's a little annoying that you know, you have some solid setups just get ruined. You have to sit here and just hate watch this thing.
Hate watch it.
Hate watch it. Yep. 1000%.
I had a good morning though. I'm not going to try to ruin it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said before, I don't think I can trade this. I'd rather wait for some sort of pullback, and then if it doesn't come, then, you know, it is what it is, but just don't see an entry here for me. CG says, Salma, can you explain your strategy? Yeah, so like I don't have a label that I can slap onto my strategy and, you know, just tell you guys that, you know, I'm an order flow trader or I'm an ICT trader. Over the years, I've just kind of taken little nuggets here and there, put them together, compiled it to be like my own little thing. Right now, I feel I thrive best when I'm taking mean reversion trades. So I basically, like for me right now, I don't see a long. I would like to wait and see a short setup, right? Mainly price action trader. I like to see how the candles close on higher time frames, the 30, the hourly, 4 hour, and then look for those failed breakouts or breakdowns and play the reversal back to, you know, the opposite side. So, and then I just pair that up with my key levels, and those key levels can be anything from, you know, the indicator you guys see on my chart for these, you know, previous day highs, lows, my OR indicator that I created thanks to the inspiration from PAX can also be fib levels, just a number of different things that I incorporate into my trading. But yeah. Name all the prices. That.
Big price action trader, huh? Name all the prices.
MEA says, Salma, do you use any filters to only trade range days, or do you trade different when we're trending? I mean, MEA, on like real true trend days, I use the 9 EMA to kind of gauge if we are in a trend, and it has to be clean right off the open in order for me to even consider it to be a clean trend day. And I'll just wait for 9 EMA retests on the 5-minute and try and get in on that trend, whether it's to the upside or the downside. And yes, it's no secret that I am a much better short trader than I am a long trader. Just, I don't know. I used to be the ultimate bull, guys. Many moons ago, I used to be super bullish. I used to think market only goes up. But then once I learned how to, you know, short and how to short efficiently and be good at it, then it's just been my thing. Yeah, we can call it that.
Somebody said artisanal ICT.
Bro.
Bespoke ICT.
Li, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
Something is not what it seems. Don't start. Please. I was gonna say dividend cake. I feel like every time I'm on with Leo, he's always taking a short trade as well. Leo, you're a better short trader than long trader, or is it kind of 50-50 for you?
I guess I'm a better short trader.
Yeah. Plus, like,
Um,
it moves so much, faster when it does go in your direction. It's just
yeah,
very clean.
does.
Yeah, I hate this right now.
Shorting skills comes when you spend so much time with Leo, I guess. Very biased from a short standpoint. It seems like that lately. Um, but there's a lot of weakness that we've had over the last couple of weeks. I guess I'm just kind of observing that and trying to be on the right side of those market moves.
Oh yeah, how's your pool chiller, Leo? Someone is asking for an update. It's not me. I'm just reading comments.
Well, it was delivered on Friday of last week, and it it's a lot bigger. Like, it's very large. It's probably as tall as me, and I'm 6 foot tall. Um, and it's probably like 3 feet wide. And that means that we're gonna have to really strategize on putting a pad down, because it's obviously it has to go next to all the other pool equipment for just for plumbing. Um, TBD. I was actually surprised how big it was. I guess I didn't. When I asked the guy, what to order, and he told me, he he didn't think to mention it, or maybe didn't think I would care. But it's pretty big. Not installed yet. It's in my garage.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for the installer is on vacation right now, so I think he doesn't get back till like late this week. You should make the pad big enough for another fridge and TV next to the pool cooler. I mean, I don't spend that much time next to the pool equipment.
I'm not gonna lie, Leo, you do have a pretty sick setup. The
Thanks.
backyards it looks pretty dope.
I mean, that's why we bought the house. It's literally for that, because my kids are gonna spend a lot of time out there.
Yeah, yeah. But having a pool is great when you've got little ones.
Mm-hmm.
How's I mean, maybe this is a dumb question, especially to ask on air, but how's the houses in Oklahoma? Is it you get large land with that, or is it just I don't know.
It really depends. I mean, most suburbia neighborhoods are relatively small size. They're packed in pretty well.
Yeah.
This house is a little bit old in an older neighborhood, so it's we have an acre, 1.2 acre lot, which is it's good size. It's not
Yeah, yeah.
too big, not too small.
No, that's awesome. That's great. Here too, though, I mean, obviously Jersey is very heavily populated and kind of just pack everyone in the
Yeah,
cities, but you move a little bit to the suburbs, you do get a little bit more space.
actually, kind of eyeballing a little bit of a short here.
There you go. Jude, I don't have a position on. I don't really see anything for me. And then Leo's thinking about taking a short now.
I may have missed it. The thing with the day like today is you just can't miss. If you miss the trade, you just kind of have to sit out. It's with the way things have been bouncing so hard back into these highs. And then I've just looked over at ES, and ES has not moved, and it's 6 off the high. It doesn't really give a ton of confidence. It's odd because now NQ is weaker than ES, and earlier ES was the weak one, and NQ was the strong one.
Oh, gold's still pushing.
My tick compression for the YouTube streams is 16. And that is just because of the real estate that we can share is pretty limited, like just from a screen standpoint. Normally I keep it around 10 to 12.
Dividend cake, you only trade the Dow, like strictly Dow? Wow, it's a Dow's up 400 points almost. Wait, did you hop in that short?
I didn't.
Damn.
I thought I was a little late to the trigger.
Would have been a nice scalp for you. See if anything changes now that we have Euro close. Dude, where's ES at? Oh, ES is at that quarterly monthly open big level here.
A little bit of movement here.
Yeah.
Trump's still talking.
I don't know. That'd be something Tracy or Craig have to verify. Well, as of 5 minutes ago, yes. He says, we're not finished at all with Iran. And that Iran wants to meet, but we have no interest. Oh, you did. Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy. All right, this This movement's so
I'm
slow.
gonna go ahead and jump in here. Starting at 87. It's not like a great a great setup, but there's just enough weakness at these highs that is worth taking a stab at for me.
Yeah, I have 311 to act as resistance. Should is so.
I'm really looking for this to breach the 270s, and I think then we can get a nice break back into the majority of the volume today. So we'll be kind of watching those 270s for that to break, and if it doesn't, we'll just get out.
I wish I was a scalper. Oh, Goran, thank you. Look at that. You two are the best trading pair on NT. I'll stay and watch. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Salma protests every time she has to get on with me. Can you believe that?
No, guys, actually, Leo tells them, please stop scheduling me with her. It's kind of messed up. I get it. It's cool.
I would never say such a thing. Please break the 70s. You can do it.
Pay the trader. Give me something good. Need like an hourly doji candle or something. Savannah, stop. Don't stir the pot. Not true. Well, no, it was true, but
I'm trimming some just to pay for this right at that area of inflection. You can see it right here. There's just this, we have this big volume node, and then we built this new one. So if we're going to hold up here, you know, buyers really going to want to defend this the lower distribution. And so it's just because of that key inflection point, I'm going to take profit there because I can see buyers come right back up like they're doing right now to defend that, to defend this whole breakout. And I'm just going to bring my stop lower because it's kind of like this trade has to work or there's really no point to stay in it. So I don't really need a big stop or give it to, I really don't need to give it any room. ES is still, you know, nice and strong. You know, it's just holding 4 or 5 ticks off of the high.
yeah, still holding for some reason. What's up, Throne Shop? I think you were Leo's ultimate troll. Do you remember him, Leo?
Who could forget?
I'm dead. All right, do something, please.
You don't need enemies when you have trolls like Throne Chop.
He goes, don't start. Nah, that's what we were trying to tell you for months.
There we go. Can let break of 70. Don't be playing with my emotions here, NQ. Come on. Do it.
You can do it!
Cut his head off! Trimming 37s. Yeah, I like that idea. OR high. Well, OR high's at 46.
All right, I mean, it's still too early to tell, but I'm liking the way gold looks on the 30-minute, 15-minute shooter candle right above Pax's level. I'd like to see the same happen on the 30 for shorts.
Did I exit early if ES said something? I will kind of use ES as a guide because, right now ES is strong relative to NQ. Hasn't really pulled back much. So I'm just noting that. I'm actually considering taking a little more off here. I hate to, but it's just such a B C trade that I just don't have a lot of confidence this thing's going to roll. So I'd prefer to secure a profit, when I can, and I'm not confident in the trade.
I think that's a good idea. Especially with how strong NQ's been. Guys, don't forget to join the Discord. Get in. It's gone live today. They'll catch me in there chatting while I'm on stream. Multitasking.
All right, we'll go down to 3 contracts here, and then I'll just leave the stop at 93. Seeing that, there's that strength coming right back in this LVN that we've been watching. Yeah, it's not really giving much weakness. Gross. Gross indeed.
Yeah, this is very boring.
Nice trade. Good management too. Aquilas. add higher. Yeah, I still want the short. I like that.
This is crazy.
Just flatten here for scratch if I can.
Wow, there goes gold.
What's going on with gold?
It's just starting to drop. That short setup is working out.
Did you get in it?
Maybe I spoke too soon. Forget it.
All right, I'll be out of this in Q trade here.
There's really not much going on. So I would say maybe use this time, guys, to ask us questions or, I don't know, take advantage.
Join the Discord for NinjaTrader Live and get to join in on the Q&A with Deli and AJ at 4 p.m. Eastern. Q&A, giveaways, and more. I wouldn't say it's untradeable. It's just difficult. I mean, we still made profit on that last trade. It just didn't really materialize the way that we were looking for it. What are you having for lunch? Great question. I don't really know.
I didn't even have breakfast yet. We're talking about lunch.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys.
Hey, it's that
How's it
time
going?
already?
It is that time already. Time flies when you're having fun, Salma.
I know. Hey, I heard you talked about me this morning. How do I go back in time? Like, what time frame am I going back to? Timestamp, I should say.
If you could turn back time.
When did you mention it?
It was whatever I said. I don't remember what I said. I mean, that was like, this was this is dog years ago.
This was before you had your martini?
No, I haven't had that yet.
Oh, okay.
It was all good stuff. Probably about your levels. Oh, I appreciate them.
That's it?
Probably. What do you mean that's it? That's a big deal around NinjaTrader.
I know. It was the Ed report about Asia IB. Bro, I didn't tell you about the Asia IB. Stop telling people I did.
I'm trying to give you credit for it. It
That's
was
not,
a great.
he keeps giving me credit, guys, for something that I don't even use or trade. It's Chris's. It's not mine.
You told me that you would love to trade the Asian IB.
Wrong person. But whatever. I guess if it's all good and you want to give me credit, then I guess I'll take it.
Well, it wasn't Leo. Leo's either floating in his pool or running around with the little one.
It was Chris. Christian.
Oh my goodness. And either you two still in positions?
I didn't even.
I'm out.
No, I haven't taken anything since my gold short. That went horribly.
Yeah, gold is looking pretty resilient today. We'll do.
Dude,
we'll
did
cover
you
it
see it during Asia and London?
Yeah.
Not a single pullback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't know. It's precious metal, man. In any event, what else do we got? Great job this morning, by the way, you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's give these two a round of applause right now. Leo, I heard you did some pool talk earlier. How's everything at the house?
They're giving me a hard time because I got a pool chiller, and then the pool chiller came on Friday, and it was massive. I'll have to send you a picture of it. It's really big. So we're gonna have to pour like a pretty big concrete pad and figure out where it's gonna go next to the rest of the pool equipment.
This probably looks like a big air conditioner, right?
It's just massive. Yeah. It looks like a spaceship, like something that would go on a spaceship.
So I have a 2-in-1. Mine's a pool heater and a pool cooler.
Yeah.
AquaCal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you have one too?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Okay.
Oh,
I didn't know it
Selma?
existed. I didn't know it. No.
Well, sometimes it does get too hot, right? You want to cool off. Sometimes when it's very hot out, you want to cool off and hop in the pool.
I mean, yesterday our pool was 92. It's like going from outside. It's 100 degrees out. You don't want to get in the bathtub. I mean, we have a hot. What's the point of that?
Exactly.
Does it come with a large bush to hide it? No. You got to provide your own hiding. We have a fence that hides our pool equipment, but this fence will not be tall enough to hide the chiller. So we're gonna have to expand that.
Oh man. In any event, well, a couple of one big announcement, by the way, today, the day is here. Discord, NinjaTrader Live Discord is live. Special event tonight, Q&A session and a giveaway with our very own Dolly, aka Anthony Crudele, and AJ, CEO of Lucent, AJ Campanella, two great Italian Americans. We're going to be going live at 4 p.m. I'll be in there. It'll be super awesome. If you haven't signed up for the Discord, it's free. Link is going to be in the chat. Highly encourage everybody to be there. It's going to be awesome. The other announcement, well, I think that's it for the announcements. Other than this afternoon, we have XYZ, Jack, and Nick that are going to be with us trading the close. So we're looking forward to finishing strong today. Appreciate you two being here with us today as usual on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you. Great job. And we will, I'll talk to you soon, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim. See you, chat.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's do an edge report, everybody. Let me pop up another tab here if my charts are cooperating. All right, so here's a daily candle chart, and this might be familiar to you. It might look a little like Farm or Stowe or some of the folks that like to look at these volume profiles. And what I did is I just added every week, the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks worth of volume profile associated with the week, right? It kind of starts with the beginning of the month, even though it's the 29th was the beginning of this month where I started them. And I wanted to kind of see the pattern over time on a bigger time frame. And so what I'm looking for a couple things. I'm looking for points of control, the structure of the volume profile, and then the value areas, right? So, the points of control are the levels where there's the most volume traded, right? And so I'm going to call this week 1. We were around 75.50. The point of control for week 2 was around 75.86. Week 3 was around 7,600, almost exactly. And then this week so far, I know it's early, it's only Tuesday, we're down to 75.17. So when I'm thinking about potential and ranges, I want to look at those value areas, right? The bottom of the first week's value area is right here. That's at 7,500. We'll just round it up. And I'm going to look to the right. We didn't really close below that until yesterday. And then yesterday's candle, as we talked about a bunch of times with the NASDAQ, and it's true also here in the S&P, is this is a bullish inverted hammer. That's what the textbooks call it. Doesn't always happen, so there's going to be a turnaround the next day. But in this case, it actually did what it was supposed to do. And then we kind of pop back up. Now, the structure of today's volume profile, this week's volume profile, I should say, is pretty Gaussian, pretty picture perfect. There's not a double distribution. There's not a big tail or any of that stuff yet. Couple areas of interest, right? The bottom of the bottom of the value area for day week 1 is the same as it is this week, right? 75.02. That's kind of the bottom of what I call price happiness. The top right now of this current profile, 75.35. Now we're trading above it. So I'm going to go, all right, what's the next level up? And that's the bottom of yesterday's value area, and that's at 75.59. So I have a bigger picture target here in my head when I think about potential on the upside. The other target I have is this point of control for later on. It might not be today. It might not be ever, but that's kind of the bottom, the top. That's the range I'm thinking about right now. RSI is still sloping down. We'll see if that ends up changing at all. Intraday, let's just pop it up here so we can get a little bit better picture here. Let me open this up. Sorry about that. Right now we have a lot of just kind of sideways crazy action. Let's forget about this anchored VWAP for a second. So we could focus on the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA. They are converging. They're almost together. They're almost going sideways right now. So I'm going to keep my eye on that EMA. Fast EMA is the 8 because it changes quicker because there's less data in the calculation. The 21 is the slow. It changes. It takes longer to change because there's more data in the equation. So we're going to see if what we're looking for really is a crossover. Number one, crossover. The 8 crosses above the 21, or alternatively, I'm sorry, this orange one, just to make it clear, this orange one is the 8. So we're looking for either a cross under or a crossover. And more importantly, for the bulls, we want a separation to get bigger and bigger between the 8 and the 21. Right now it's sideways, parallel. Who knows what's going to happen? But that's going to be key for me going forward. So that's the daily. Intraday, the session VWAP is key, right? We have that first upper standard deviation band. That's that light blue line. I do have a 9 EMA. That's the golden line as well. And both of those are tracking really nicely, serving as kind of a guidepost for the bottom of the range as it moves up. Now, the last 3 or 4 candles, we've been kind of sideways, right? I'm going to call support at 38.5. I'm going to call resistance up here at 43.75. So a really tight range right this very second. But there are some really good targets to the upside. There's a 0 DTE call resistance at 75.50 right there. And then we do have also previous sessions highs at 75.52 clustered together with that one-day maximum Q. So a whole bunch of areas of interest up here that could act like a magnet if we do break out to the upside. But it does give us a good target if we were going to do a breakout trade. And the breakout trade that I'm thinking of is if we start making new highs above this 75.44, that's when the breakout could kick in and we can get some velocity up to 75.50. Now, 10 points is a pretty big range here in the E-mini S&P, so don't just kind of discard that as nothing. It's $500 a contract or $50 a contract for the micros. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. There's no retracement in sight right now. We have a single break of the IB, 68% chance of a single break. That's happened. Double breaks at like 20, I can't remember the exact level, 28% or something. I think it's 28%. We would have to get all the way down to the pivot and then get all the way down to that 0 DTE. Put support level for that to happen. So not likely. And that's a stat for Tuesdays. So again, everything's looking good. Everything's looking pretty strong here in the E-mini S&P. So we'll see what happens this afternoon. We will be back at 2 o'clock. I appreciate everybody being here with NinjaTrader live today and every day. You guys are calm. You're awesome. Best community there is. Hands down. Thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. And hopefully you have a nice, enjoyable, relaxing lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.